Good evening and welcome back. Hope you guys are ready for what should be a very exciting round tonight. 6 games instead of 5 to get 40 players from this field of what is now 108 to the Cashers round tomorrow. Here at the 2024 Bradley Open, my name is Emil Williams Jr. with Bullstream TV. So we get you underway. Hope your evening is off to a wonderful start. Hope your day has been well as we continue with what essentially is non-stop bowling here. A squad this morning, B squad this afternoon, followed by the Desperado, 2-game sprint there. Both of the A and B squads were 5 games each, and now we head to 6 games. Pins have been dropped. We start at 0. And again, 6 games. If you make it to tomorrow, if you advance, you are one of the 40. You are guaranteed to take home at least $600. That is the load to cash. Jim Moore, good question. JR did indeed make the cut. He's on 39 and 40. And we'll check in on that, what's going on over those groups as well. We got some really good crosses, and now that we have narrowed the field down a little bit, there are some really good crosses that have developed. One right here on 35 and 36. Ryan Sidney, who joined us for a little bit post B squad this afternoon. My man Daniel Farish, Michael Davidson, Frank Testa. Next door, we got Chad Roberts, Chris Hankins, Josh Cameron. There's one additional player that we need to add. Nice shot there from Davidson. But he's just so clean at the bottom. Boy, Chad still getting him to hook off the gutter. One of the bigger questions going into the advances round tonight, I think, was going to be how will the field like to play the lanes to start on the fresh. And saw a lot of players left or right-handed. Got to break down some area and play them closer to 5, 6, 7. Not too much different than what we saw this morning. That's the last time the players saw the fresh. Some players, this is for those who bowled B squad, this is the first time that they are seeing the fresh today. Watch out for Anthony Nyer. I think he can get hot. Got that open hand after release, so keep an eye and see where Cam Crow, see if he'll make his way down here. He had a really good look early today on the fresh, or excuse me, I think he bowled on the burn too. Yeah, he did. This actually could be interesting now to think about that, because Cam did not bowl on the fresh. I don't think that's going to change what he has too much. It might be a little less loft. You can see what Ryan Sidney is doing. He's already in his kind of A-game loft game. Sam DeWitt over there, J.R. Raymond over there, Jerry Mars on 39 and 40. Ethan Roux Lejoy. Steve Novak on 39 and 42. A situation early for Roberts. Jalen Mosley at the bottom of your screen. He's over on 31 and 32. Young Ethan Fiora on 34. I think Anthony Nyer is going to, figuratively speaking, I think he's going to have a solid evening. Right at the 1-3 there for Daniel. Going right to left, already making a ball change. 3 frames in, really 2 frames in for a ball change. He said earlier he shot 256, I think it was one of the final games of his block this morning. He threw 4 different balls. Essentially, he had 8 in a row, but he changed balls every 2 frames. Oh. Only thing better for Mr. Sidney there would be if he makes this. That's a tough leave and a tough start. How's everybody doing in the chat tonight? No, it's Saturday, so you may be out and about. Everything you can check for. You'll be able to watch via the archives here on the Bullstream TV YouTube channel if you miss anything tonight, or if you've missed anything earlier in the tournament. We had the single shootout, double shootout yesterday on Friday. Already, again, A squad, B squad, and a Desperado in the books and in the archives. Final squad of the night before it gets serious in the morning. That ball has a bruise on it. Oh boy. Now you do get 1 extra game tonight. We did not, this is interesting again for those players who bowled B squad. They bowled on the burn. So B squatters are seeing the fresh for the first time. A squad bowled on the fresh this morning, and so they already have an idea, of course, of what to expect. So does the B squad, but one thing you can change and alter a little bit of the game plan potentially. So Ryan Sidney's got 3 splits through 4 frames, a 7-9, a 4-6. I missed the first frame. Jason Miller had himself a solid day earlier. Struck next door. Let's got a hole for Frank. Triple 4. Michael Davidson, somebody who can, he's not going to sneak up on people anymore. That part's over with. He's been good since college. His days at Calumet College of St. Joseph in Northwest Indiana. But I feel like that's a young man who, he gets hot, he makes the top 40, pull off some numbers tomorrow or tonight. Big shot there for Farish. Uh-oh. Roll, roll, roll. Austin Terry had a couple of good breaks early. Tabitha, I assume that's Tabitha Thomas checking in. Linda, thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Yeah, that's a great question. Kiwi's World, he had stopped by the booth as he was on his way to turn in his score sheet after the Desperado, and he said he might make it out. Might make it, I should say, into the number, but make it out of the Desperado, even though he certainly didn't want to bowl it. But I only got the cut number then. I didn't see which 8 players, or the other 7, I should say, who advanced. So I'll give it a quick scan. But on first scan, I don't see him here on the high end. But I think he shot 209. I don't remember what he shot in game 1. But yeah, I got a chance to talk to him earlier. I did not know he was from Vegas. First time I saw him was in Arizona. 2 bounces. Bang. It's Brian Valenta-esque right there. 2 bounce loft. Ryan Sidney, Chad Roberts. See if Farish can turn 2 into 3. Live from Executive Strike and Spare. Executive Bowl here in Louisville, Kentucky. The Bradley Open. Cannot break down a split. First champion of note on the website, Cecil Wilson, 1979. Big App, this is, there is no, or I shouldn't say that. There is a graph, a pattern that does exist. I don't think it's known, though, and from what it's not known, especially during qualifying. What I've heard, though, in previous years, those who advance to match play, so basically the final 8, can get a glimpse, if you will, at what the pattern is. But generally speaking, it's 50 feet plus, so somewhere between 50 and 55. Extreme high volume, extreme. So we're talking 45 plus mils or more, maybe even closer to 50, which then puts, as you just mentioned, some of the grits 80, 160, 240. There's been a lot of 180s, 360s. I don't know about this round, but certainly this morning on the fresh, you know, I'm sure people or some players still went with 360, maybe lower, 240. I didn't hear a lot of crunching sounds like I did this morning. They just firing off that shingle on the ball. No, I don't. Big App, I don't know if we want to see this on tour. Like, I think it could be cool for a one-off type event in that sense. Players understand, all right, this is the one-off event, you know. We're going to put something out like this. Ryan Sidney just can't break down a split. He'd be all right if he could just leave something he can make. We do get some of the best players in the world. In fact, some of them are here. A lot of PBA tour players, a lot of touring pros out here. Those who either are chasing to be the PTQ week in and week out. There's a couple national players in the field. Jacob Buttriff, Kevin McCune, and national, meaning they were in the top 50 in points, for example. But everyone overall is a national touring player, like Michael Davidson, for example, Anthony Nyer. Big money going on 37 and 38. And his money time. They got a chance to cash in here in that group of 4. Young Austin. Been looking for that all day long here in game number 1. Chris Hankins. Saw him putting in work in the single shootout. Louisville, great bowling community. There's a lot of good things going on, not even or just across the adult divisions, but the youth division as well. Youth Masters and Queens, I hear, is upcoming. Be sure to be on the lookout for that with, again, the wonderful Louisville Bowling Association and what they are doing for, again, the adults and the youth. Good to see Rep in the chat. There are several pairs with 5. I'm going to guess the majority with 5, and the rest are filled in with 4s. Oh, that's interesting, James. That sounds fun. Not really, but on the surface. On the surface. That'd be interesting to practice on, though. Especially if you could still create shape. I mean, players really want to, and I'm speaking generically here, or generally speaking, but players want to really, if you see your ball hook, that's typically a good sign and you can begin to adjust. Anthony Nyer, big game opportunity. Bang. You just saw the poetry and motion from the start of practice, what Nyer was trying to develop for himself, at least on this pair, to get off to a good start. Ends up in what looks like a gem. Certainly plenty of surface. But this might sound crazy for Anthony Nyer, but you know, watch the open hand. I've mentioned it. But he's not trying to yam on it, if that makes sense. He does that naturally. It's on a rope, folks. Just on a rope. It's as if Scorpion from Mortal Kombat transformed into Anthony Nyer and just is telling the pins, get over here. Just, it's unbelievable. The cut numbers were very low. Those of you who are just joining us. And you got a real good look at just how much surface. And for Anthony, he's the only lefty on this pair to start. And so he tried a different ball. He missed right. The ball hooked instantly in the fronts. Instantly. So the next lefty that might hit that pair, that is what they will have to encounter, but that's really what every person, lefty or righty, has had to endure and will have to endure. How to maneuver the surface chunks in the front part of the lane and even down lane to a degree as well. 248 for Nyer to start. Again, the scores dropped, so everyone's starting at 0. And I think, you know, for Anthony Nyer, he bowled on the fresh, and he led the squad this morning on the fresh. He went plus 77, and that is actually his high game of the day. He did shoot 244 in game 4. So Nyer through 6 games has no games under 200. That includes, again, his his 5-game A squad qualifying block, and now game 1 here in the advancers round. James, by the way, I'd love to see that. I'd be intrigued. Cameron. Missed on that fill, but a couple of 204s. One of those from Hankins. The divergent skip is in play for movement tonight across the house. Kiwis World, Jason did advance through the Desperado. He is crossing with Trevor Roberts, Brett Shepard, Chad Gilbert, and Chris Hester. And he'll be in the live stream area on 39 and 40 during game number 5. So the groups of 4, as you would imagine, are about done. Most are done. 10th frame, 35 and 36. Nice rebound here for Ryan Sidney. He can still manage to get into the 190s with 2 more in the 10th. Tough pattern. It's tough when you do make a small little mistake. You kind of pay the ultimate price. But the real thing is no one's been able to really break down splits here on this pair in game 1. And Daniel can only now get to 182. Austin Terry still with 210 max. 151 in the books for Michael Davidson. 1 strike in that game for Michael. Assume the Desperado results. I don't have a final for the Desperado. I have been posting those on the Boldstream TV Facebook page, so as a courtesy for the viewers until everything was up on the Bradley Open Facebook page. Yeah, the Bradley, those scores not indicative of many of the talent levels that are here, but it can get you. Some really good players have some tough starts on the fresh and the burn this morning and this afternoon. Nine and 40s, just about to head into the 10th frame. We had some folks asked about J.R. Raymond. He's starting over there at, he can shoot 197. Let's see if Ryan Sidney can continue this momentum. Wow, he got out of a break there. Or he got a break, excuse me. He got out of trouble. All right, we got a 31-32 request. So, for all in all, Ryan Sidney can still shoot 170. And that's going to be very important. It did not start the way he certainly was intending for it to start. All right, look at 31-32. That was Jalen Mosley. Bottom right of your screen there is 39 and 40, along with 41 and 42. Looks like Steve Novak can get into the 2-0s with a spare in the 10th. That's Jerry Mars. And Jerry, who just doubled in the 10th. Strikes out in the 10th for 173. Ryan Sidney did finish with 171. Jerry Mars just shot 173. Jerry Mars will, he's leaving our picture-in-picture and is going to roll back around on lane 35 in game 5. No, game 6, excuse me. With that group, including J.R. Raymond. Could be a pretty important situation at that point. Sam DeWitt closed it out, 187. J.R. Raymond 1 strike away from being in the 190s. Nor 29-30 just out of range. But Arnar will be game 3. Game 3, we'll be able to check him out. One more here for JR. He'll take it. Look forward to seeing how he might break down this particular, or this year's Bradley, I should say, on his YouTube channel. Daniel, no. He did bowl a squad. Let's see. Doing good work here early. This is now game 2. Couple of or several new groups I see in our viewing area. We got David Nordhaus down on 33 and 34. Mr. Kimpton on 31 and 32. Bluegrass, no, but it was definitely orange and some other color. Game 1, it won't be too much of an indication, but getting to game 2, certainly game 3. The extra game is going to help a lot of folks tonight. Early three-bagger here. Oh man, I like some of the looks from the left. Cam Crow's look was pretty solid. I don't see Daniel, by the way, on the roster, but I'm looking at the A squad numbers, and I'm not sure he bowled. Unless he bowled B squad and I don't know about it. Yeah, I'm not seeing Daniel, but again, I'm not sure he bowled a squad this morning. Chad, let's see. Nolan White. See if Nolan will be. Excuse me. Nolan White will be on 37. We can take a look at Nolan during game number 5. Excuse me. Linda, that is. He keeps on striking away. It's a divergent skip, Todd. So it looks like 6 lanes, then 8 lanes, then 10 lanes, then 12 lanes. Oh, wow. Excuse me, what a break. I think we might see something like that tomorrow during the finals. Like that kind of hit as Brandon Wooten takes care of his spare. Let's see, that was Jalen, we got Brandon. We've got Dwayne, we got Albert. So that was Corey Gilbert who carried that. See if we can get close to seeing that again. Though that's about JR. He just left 39 and 40. We saw his last couple of shots. He will circle back to the live stream viewing area in, what did I say, game game 6. First and last for JR to be on the live stream. Ian Perez looking for 5 in a row. Let's key in for a little bit. Let's see if this get a little replay of this carry that we just watched. Watch this break. That was, I mean, that was fantastic. That was almost was a 3-6-10, 3-6-9. I'm sorry, 3-6-7, 3-6-9-7. Then it was a 3-6. Then it was a 3. Then it was a strike. Yvonne Matt is I should have game 1 scores too pretty soon. Matt, yes. Matt is currently on 23. Will be on 31 and 32 in game 3. He's actually crossing with Kevin McCune, Kyle Peterson, Jacob Williams, so we can check in on that group in game 3. Just remind me. almost maybe had another break there for Corey. Well, we saw 7-9 left by Ryan Sidney on this pair of lanes. And the 7-pin went for Mr. Perez, all by a little late. Just looking around. And as you might imagine, not a lot standing out, and it's generally speaking not going to stand out. You can make some spares, try to be as clean as possible, really break down splits. Then catch a pair or two here and there. Looking around, you know, at a tournament like this, at this event, and seeing, you know, multiple players with 5 in a row is an anomaly, generally speaking. If you see them with like maybe 6, 8 spare, 9 spares in a row, that's more like it. You know, that question came up, I think, last year, too, outdoors with Dave. I think the answer was yes. Regarding the historically, you know, the 300 at the Bradley. Jalen Mosley. Now you don't want to get Jalen Mosley cooking. You give him a little bit of angle, and yeah, this might be the pair that works well. You know, Chad Roberts was on this pair, and he has been playing out for the majority of the day. He started there on the fresh. There's definitely a little bit of, I mean, a very small giddy up outside near the gutter. But you got to hit it the right way every time for it to into the 1-3, and it's kind of the same still on the left side. They may be attacking it a little bit differently. More lefties doing a little bit more lofting than others. Wootens with the matching skeleton. Appreciate you. The skeleton gear. Shout out to all the sponsors here. You need some apparel here at the Bradley Open, or you holler at H5G, High Five Gear. If you need any plumbing, maybe some heating and air conditioning, maybe an electrician, Maeser Plumbing will take care of you in that department. Need some knowledge about the game, maybe some cleaner, maybe some pads. Holler at Creating the Difference. You need some good equipment. Talk to Motiv, and certainly a long-standing industry titan. Machinery, scoring, pins. Talk to QubicaAMF. All of those are sponsors of the Bradley Open and the weekend. Back on the train is Mr. Perez. So, on the fresh, boy, Nick Arvin shot 267 in game 1 today. Nick Arvin, 267. Anthony Nyer's game that we saw, 248, that was second. 3 245s, Brandon Bone, Steve Barron, Tony Lambert. My man T.P. Peterson and Benji Martinez both shot 237. Brett Shepard shot 235. Dan Higgins 233. Shota Kawazoe 227. 28 players were even or plus after one game, and the cut is -14. What that lets me know is kind of what you might expect. Once the field gets trimmed, and there's a lot of really good players here, as you all know, and a lot of smart players. Smart players tend to talk to other smart players, and even those who are trying to learn a little bit more knowledge talk to said smart player. And I think there was a consensus on maybe what to do and how to break down these pairs or these lanes so the fresh can be a little bit, or can develop maybe into a little bit more of a comforting block of bowling as opposed to the first two. So we'll see. But also the fresh gives you an opportunity to, again, work on a pair or pairs and try to get off to the best start you can. Getting off to a good start in this tournament is, per block, is an excellent situation. Pretty impressive stuff. Before I do that, I'm going to I'll go ahead and post them either way on the Wolfstring TV Facebook page. The cut number, by the way, is -14. -14 after one game. Again, -14 after one. It's too early to talk about it, but just in case, and I'll confirm with Jason Utchwall, I'm sure he'll stop in here at some point pretty soon. In case there is a tie for the final spot into the cashier's round, there would be a one-game roll-off. And everywhere I go recently, one-game roll-offs tend to happen. So we should be prepared for that. Okay, what about to post? I'll let you know here in just a few seconds. Here's a question, since I haven't posted it yet, but I'm about to. Would you like to see one individual post every time? Or after I post this, let's do this. We'll put advancers round scores per game post. And then I'll keep posting in the comments section each time we get a new score sheet every game. How's that sound? We'll start with game one, of course. Wow, I mean, literally on cue. He must have been listening. I mean, the guy must have been listening. Crazy. I just spoke his name and said he'll probably be out here pretty soon. And literally, there he is. Jason Utchwall.
How you doing, sir?
How are you?
Tired.
I bet.
That's normal response every day of my life.
You need to talk to Jerry Mars. Get you to hook up on these cruises he's been going on.
I love Jerry. I love Jerry. He put out my favorite comment of the day on social media. He said he had a person heard a person walking through today complaining that their ball wasn't hooking. And he goes, I really wanted to go up to him and say, first time. You know, I mean, it was just great. Great.
Well, how are you? I know how you feel, but how are you kind of intaking this advancers round so far? Well, you just got someone shoot 267, which
it's different.
I can't say I didn't expect, but you know, again, there's some smart bowlers, you know, in this 108 or the 108 bowlers that we have left.
Yeah.
Who I'm sure, you know, chatted, discussed, talked, you know, how to make them a little bit easier for themselves.
Yeah.
And we had a lot of great score in game one. As I was just talking about, 28 people are even or plus after one. They shot 200 or better.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of good scores, you know, but it seems like some of the people out there are struggling a little bit as well in comparison to what they would normally expect. I've had a lot of people tell me that they think the shot's harder this year than it was last year.
If you watch the first two squats, you may come away with that situation.
And it's different as well. You know, I think the play in the area that you're looking for is different this year than what it was last year. It's still brutally tough. Spare shooting's a premium. You can see some of the best bowlers in the nation here going at it, and you know, the pattern equalizing that out a little bit when you see some of these guys shooting 140s, 150s, 160s, but then other guys are taking advantage, like you said, and shooting 200 plus to 260. So, like normal, take advantage of your good breaks, pile up the good games while you can get them, and hope to not hit some crazy transition.
I think that's what made it very interesting in the B squad. And of course, we bowled on the burn.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, you get to a point where if you would just imagine like an S, right?
Yep.
Just one large S with a couple of zigzags, if you will, a couple of swerves from the foul line to the pin deck. It's basically what players are trying to figure out, nearly a Greek church make there.
Yeah.
How to combat some of that surface that was out there. There's some spots, of course, that's still, you know, not necessarily hooking. And so it was just like, man.
Yeah, I think that's some of the most feedback I got, really, that, you know, you're originally getting hook at the feet, which is not what you really have. And then you don't have a lot of shape to the outside or to play the outside. So you're trying to get the ball to turn the corner, and it's just not getting back. And if you're playing like a fallback or a fade as such, you have to be so accurate that you're not pushing it too far, because it's going to hit the 3-pin or the 2-pin in the face and leave you a washout that you're not going to want to have, or, you know, a split of some sorts. And then for the guys coming in for B squad, it was, you know, they almost wish that they could have been here or would have been here to watch what people started with.
Oh, yeah.
Because the amount of surface that they were using, you know, and some people really, really chalked up their bowling balls. So by the time that they were done, or halfway done with their block, you know, the ball looked like it had lane shine. So Gene Perez leaving the 6 had a really good game going, other than the last 2 frames. So that was washout like we were talking about.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, I mean, going into the 8th frame, you're on for 260. You know. Got another good game going on. 41 and 42. C bowler. See who that is in a minute. That looks like Mr. Daniel Farish. That can go out for 266.
Well, he needed that too. Let's pop in over there real quick. And now we'll get a look at 31 through 34. Nora looks like Arnie. Let me get you. I'll get you what he's got going on. Let's watch Farish here. It's a big game potential.
Yeah. Close. Just a little short. 199 for Gene over here. It's not a bad game. He'll be disappointed with it, but 199 is pretty stout.
Yeah, this one started so well.
Yeah.
That's one of those hurt your heart, a little deflating.
Oh, that's a different leave on 37.
Yeah, our guy Corey Gilbert, he carried what was probably going to be like a 3.679. Big spare.
Daniel covered that. now on for 240. What is that leave? I can't see it all the way with him.
That is the 1,
4, 6, 7.
Correct. Oh wait, let's go to that.
Yeah, shake that off.
Let's see, Samuel Wooten trying to double up here, get to 170 plus. How you shooting this?
Oh, he's lefty, so I would try to put the ball in the pocket on the left side and push those suckers. I don't know if that's what he's doing. Oh, he gets it covered.
That's well done. He shot it like a PBA washout.
Never a doubt, right?
Wooten.
Oh. Cover 2 for 172. Get out of there.
Wooten family both all making the cut.
Yeah.
The advances round here tonight.
Re-entry was pretty tight earlier, almost 20 players. Came down to 3 sticks that made the difference between getting back in and sitting on the bench.
Yeah, I was talking to Terrence.
I didn't know until earlier that's the 2nd consecutive year that's happened to him.
Yeah, he told me. And he missed a 6'10", and his ball just did what I just talked about. It just kind of
wobbled.
You know, he said he wouldn't have shot it any way differently. I'm like, it wasn't you. That's just the lane.
Yeah.
Parrish did end up shooting 242.
Yep. Good game down there. You want to get on here? See if I get someone else to jump in the booth with us quick. I've got loads of the Midway College girls here helping out today. So get one to jump in and
All right, I'm gonna let Jason handle the introduction portion.
handle the introduction. This is so we've got Maggie Coleman on the live stream with us. She's been wanting to jump in and see what it's like in here. Tried to convince her to bowl yesterday. No bueno on that. You know.
Did you make the right decision?
You know, I would have liked to bowl, considering there was only, one girl that was in this. But maybe next year. I think I could have done pretty well. I think I could have executed.
That's really what it's about.
Big spare game here.
Yeah, making your makeables.
Lot of missed makeables here.
Can be, definitely. I said that to Afton that was bowling earlier. She made the cut. And I said, absolutely no excuses for next week when we're bowling conference.
She said that you told her she needed to average 200.
At least. You can come in and average 175, 180 on this. I don't think averaging 200 on a softer pattern should be too hard. Would you think, Emil?
Oh, well, your swing should be loose.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I won't say it would be easier, but I would say it might be, you might feel better, and it might feel easier mentally.
We'll say I think she'll have more room there than here.
100%.
I've seen a lot of people hook at spares today.
Huh?
I've seen a lot of people hook at spares. I feel like that's a pretty poor decision.
It can be. It just depends on what they're doing. I mean, a lot of these guys have bowled a lot or bowled this event more often than others. And you can definitely pick out the ones that have seen things similar or seen shots similar to this over the years in comparison to a lot of the ones that have bowled the first time. So. Trying to see who's the score over there, Emil. It looks like he's on 33, finishing.
That's David Nordhaus.
Yep. So he's going with 228.
He had 240 out there, 249 specifically.
What, game one?
No, well, that was left prior to that shot. What did he shoot game one, though? Let's find out. That's a good question. Shot 179.
That'll put him back in. Put him plus. That's a good place to leave that. 2-4-8-10. Busy week continues for me next week, Emil. Go from wrapping this up for another season to another birthday next week for myself.
How old?
Old enough. Old enough. To the Midway teams are bowling the Mid-South Conference Championships next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So that should be fun. Overall good season there. A couple of really good results.
Maggie, how's the season going for you so far?
Beginning of the season, I was doing pretty good. I think I hit a little bit of a rough patch. Started doing what I would call poor, but I feel like I'm getting more confident again. This past weekend at the Hoosier, I feel like my spare game was the best it's been all season, and it gave me a lot of confidence in my spare ability. I had no mismakeables on Sunday, which was probably the first time for me this season.
Well, that's a plus. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think they've done pretty well this season. I mean, this has been a busy calendar, to be honest. And you know from being a past college bowler yourself, 14 events is a lot. So
I couldn't fathom that right now in my life.
But, I think overall performance-wise, like this is Maggie's second season. There were 3 freshmen last year, 2 freshmen this year. Team is got a good variety of different bowlers in it, from seniors to sophomores, juniors, freshmen, all the way around. Team's got a lot of experience. Maggie and some of the other girls in Sasha bowls on the team as well. Come from a competitive background of bowling in a lot of different youth events. So no, that always helps. And I think it definitely helped change the, I'd say, culture of the team, really. I mean, you have to make sure that everyone buys in and everyone wants to win or push towards winning. I constantly tell them to be as aggressive or competitive as I am. I don't think they're all the way there yet in terms of being as competitive. Although I think some of them will say they are at times. But, like I said, the season's been really, really, really good. 14 events. Outside of the Hoosier finishing 17th, it's been nothing lower than a 9th place finish. Winning the Western Shootout is a great accomplishment in itself, but we were down 300 pins going into Sunday, and not only did they overturn that deficit, but they won by 150. So averaging 215 for 16 plus games of Bakers is pretty stout. So I think it's an impressive season. Hopefully I think there's definitely sectionals on the horizon. Last year you were able to announce the first time the girls had ever made it. This time I think they'll finish up on the first page of the USBC rankings. which is great. You know, see where we get to go, whether it's Detroit, Chicago, Texas, Smyrna, you know, one of those 4 spots. And then hopefully we've done enough to get either win conference, which is still a tough route to get there, to get to the NAIAs, or hopefully we've done enough for the body of work for the season to get an at-large bid to get to that event as well.
How would, Maggie, how would you kind of, after hearing the summary, essentially, what is next? Like, what do you think the team has to do, or, you know, kind of prepare yourselves for mentally to have the postseason that you'd like to have, whether conference, and obviously advancing the ITCs? What do you guys have to do as a team to make sure those things happen?
I think we really need to focus and make sure we're all in it to make sure that we can go the places we want to go and meet the goals we have made as a team, because I know that all of us would love to win conference, and we all know that we have the ability to win conference, especially when you put all of us together. But it's just we have to be there as a team and in the moment and let nothing get in the way, because we know we can put up those big games and we know we can average 215 or better. We just have to make sure we're in it to be able to do that.
Quick picture-in-picture look here right now. It's 31 through 34 up top, and then we'll have, we do have 35 through 38 at the bottom right of your screen. And then through a few frames, we'll flip that, because I know there are some folks looking to watch Arnar, originally from Iceland, now living in Sweden. And I know people want to watch Donovan Kelly. We had a Matt Huber request. People looking at Kevin McCune and Cody Shoemaker as well. So we'll do the flip-flop in a few frames so you can catch them full screen and, of course, picture-in-picture.
Cody had a great event last year.
He did. Was it third, fourth?
Yeah, he finished in the third, fourth. Eventually got knocked out by Kyle Troop. But honestly, in my opinion, I think he had the hottest hand going into the final 8, especially the move that he made to get in and then position himself. You know, I think anyone could have called for Cody to have won, and it wouldn't have been a bad shout to get, you know.
All right, what's the story here, Mackie? What's up? Where are we? What are you majoring in? What do you want to do?
I'm majoring in accounting.
Okay.
I only declared my major this year, so I haven't been in it too long. Didn't really know what I wanted to do. I've recently thought about switching to nursing, but I think I'm going to stick out with accounting for a while. Big math person. Don't know what I want to do with it after though.
I think that's probably a lot of people, right, Emil? You go in, you might have an idea of what you're going to do, and then change your mind 1, 2, 3, 4 times and see where you end up.
I thought you were going to say big math person. So I was like, that is not me.
That's me.
I don't want anything to do with math. Except sometimes I don't even want to do bowling math.
I can't do bowling math. I'm not even kidding.
It's tough sometimes.
It is.
It is hard. Sometimes it throws you for a loop every now and then.
Everyone always asks me, like, so can you not add up what you're going to finish with? I'm like, no, I just get excited when I see the total.
But you do need to know sometimes what you need to win.
That's why I have Jason.
Do you plan to bowl on tour at all? Give it a try?
I would like to give it a try.
All right. So you need to know
Yeah.
what you need to win sometimes on tour. Trust me.
Yeah, a lot of the girls have talked about that. I think some of them did try some of the PWBA regionals in the off season. You know, and I know there's a couple of other ones that have talked about doing it. So, you know, there's certain things, you know, you would know that they can and can't bowl. during the college season. So, you know, I know that there's quite a few of them that have talked about it for the off season and what they can get into. But I'd agree, if you don't know what you got to have left out there or what you got to leave, you might be doing yourself a disservice.
We've got a couple of, well, some people don't know that you coach, but assistant coach handles the women's squad at Midway University. He's also the tournament director here at the Bradley, and Jason Utchwald. And we have a player on the said Midway University's women's squad, and Maggie Coleman. We've been talking about Maggie's major, accounting. What year were you?
I'm a sophomore.
Sophomore. Okay. Are you from Kentucky?
I am. I'm from Lexington.
Okay. What drew you then to Midway?
Really that I liked that it was close to home, and I really liked Coach Hall and just his personality and everything about him in the school and how small it was drew me to the team. And I have known Jason for years, but at the time that I committed, Jason was not on the staff yet. And so then when I saw that Jason was going to be the coach, it made me even more excited because Jason has helped me out through high school as well. Even though he wasn't my coach, he would always help me as much as he could. And so it made me really excited to be along for the adventure with Jason.
I was going to say, while we're talking about college and the team and bowling, and we've got the one girl in the field that is actually on the Midway team on lanes 33 and 34. So I think she's just about to be up.
She's the D bowler.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Afton, correct?
Yep.
I was reading off the standings at some point today, and I got to Afton Lords, and I said, that's a great name, Afton Lords. And then I was looking, I'm like, oh, she's the only woman in the field, which is kind of odd. I feel like we've had a few.
We have.
In the past.
We have.
Multiple, actually.
I think last year we had about 4 or 5 last year. This year just the one. So I was having a conversation with Afton earlier today. She came up and she was showing me her scores. She'd averaged about, I'd say 175, 178 in that range. And I said, if you can make the cut at Bradley, there should be absolutely no excuses with you covering spares and stuff for conference next week. And then she kept digging that hole a little deeper. She's like, I didn't miss a lot of makeables, and my multi-spares were really good. And I'm like, you know what, you're not making this better for yourself. You absolutely have no excuse now. So, and then she goes again. She covers a 4-pin spare after a 3-pin spare on the toughest shot she'll bowl on all season.
What was the deciding factor for her to bowl the tournament, you think?
Honestly, she got in and bought one of the early bird spots.
Okay.
You know, and I don't get to overly promote that too much. It's probably a good selling factor for a lot of people that consider coming out and bowling the event. You know, I understand $360 is a lot of money for a lot of people. It's a lot of money for myself sometimes, you know. But there are loads and loads of cheaper ways to get into this event to give it an opportunity if that's what you're wanting to do. So we sell early bird spots. It's normally anywhere between early to mid-September to early October. $250 a spot instead of $360. You're getting $110 off your entry for the same price that other people out here have paid full price for. And, you know, you're just buying it in advance. You know, there's a lot of people locally and in other states that run winner spots. So, for anyone out there that has an interest in participating, or you want to have a way to get in for next year's event, run a winner spot at your location. It doesn't matter what shot it's on. I would always suggest something tougher because we don't share the shot with anybody. But some people get in for as cheap as $20. Some people get in for 50, 60, 70. So I think that was, falling back to your question, that's probably one of the original reasons she wanted to try something tough. she had an opportunity to get in at a discounted rate. And, you know, in my opinion, she's done really well today for the first time bowling on the condition and in this field that has assembled for this weekend.
As the lone woman.
Yes.
That's impressive.
I think so.
Maggie, what do you think? And you mentioned that you thought about bowling, right? So after watching your teammate now, not only bowl, but she made the first cut. Next year, it's on your radar, like you're going for it?
I think I will.
Okay. Now this is on record.
I was going to say that's on record now.
Well, my mom said she felt guilty for not letting me bowl. So.
All right, okay. I forgot. Parents, we got to talk to parents. Maybe that's a Christmas gift. You know, Mom, can I get this entry fee for
Early
Christmas? Early bird, right? Shout out to Tom Hess, who has joined us, the newly elected PBA Hall of Famer. Thanks for stopping by, Tom. Appreciate you. A bowling fan when he's not on the lanes. So no surprise he wants to watch a little bowling tonight. And thank you, all of you, for watching bowling tonight with us.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Tom's super well-deserved on that accomplishment and recognition. I think one of the nicest guys I've met in bowling. He's always been super helpful, informative to me, giving great feedback. So I couldn't have been happier to see someone that I've got the utmost respect for get recognized the way he did.
Kevin McCune just turned his back about 80% of the way as that ball was near the headband. I was curious how he was going to perform just as someone who could just get it to the 1-3 at any point. You don't have to worry about trying to slow wheel. I mean, if he wanted to, he could, but he can just get it there. Leave something makeable and make it.
Got a couple guys like that here this weekend. You know, Brandon Bone's the same way. He came in on Thursday night, had a great conversation with him, and we were running like a last-minute winning spot. And, you know, it always gives me an opportunity to see the shot before we put it out. If we need to make some last-minute alterations or before I make any changes that we're doing. And to see him throw at the shot 18, 17 miles an hour, and it still turned the corner, you know, is impressive in itself. Tony covering up his spare there on 36, the only man to ever win this event 3 times.
Wrote those numbers down yesterday or this morning. 2000,
2004, and 2013, if I am correct. 2013 is the actual first year that I ever ran this tournament.
2013?
Yeah.
What's been, what do you think is different between now and then?
Everything.
Yeah, I guess literally. It wasn't here,
You know,
it wasn't.
Well, it wasn't. The original house it was in is no longer a bowling center. The surface that you're bowling on is different. Oils and viscosities and how they've got a lot more techie with what we're doing. Covers of bowling balls, the amount of equipment that comes out. Age of the players, you know, they're not going to be the same now as what they were. I mean, there's just so many different things. You know, I've obviously got the utmost respect for everyone that ran this tournament before me. So there's the people that put in the work to get it to where it was, and there's me that's taken it from where it was to where it is now. So loads of differences. But I think the one thing that stays the same is, so I think I said it earlier today, it's the integrity of the event, that keeping it tough. Not knowing each year that you're going to come into a longer, high volume, brutal pattern and condition that puts an emphasis on good shot making and definitely on covering your spares and your makeables. If you can't do that, then you'll quickly be in trouble in this event. So But Tony's always been great to watch. I think arguably that first year that I ran it may have been one of the best top 8s I'd ever watched. You had Tony that made a jump in that event in the last block of games that he bowled to jump from 26th to 1st. Smallwood was in there as well, sitting in 40th and jumped from 40th to 8th. So you had Tony bowl Smallwood in the first round, who Smallwood had won the year before. So Tony beats Smallwood. He then bowls Sebi Silvestri.
Oh, Sebi.
Yes. Which a lot of people, I mean, you know Sebi, and I did as well. A lot of people on the stream may not, and maybe a lot of bowlers even in the facility might not. But in my opinion, he's probably one of the smoothest lefties I've ever seen bowl. And probably had the best look that weekend. But Tony got past him as well. And then bowled Ronnie Sparks in the final. And if anybody doesn't know Ronnie, he's probably one of the most competitive people that I've ever met and a phenomenal player. And so that was a great match to watch as well. So
how about that? All right, so Maggie, give me some highlights. If I was, give me the Maggie Coleman resume tape.
From college
or in general, just bowling in general, whatever you got.
I have won 300.
Okay.
Shot it when I was a sophomore in high school. My highest since then was 297, about 2 months ago. I've been Mid-South Conference Bowler of the Week twice. Once this year, once last year. The tournament we won this year, was it the Southern Classic in Indiana? The Baker tournament? No, the tournament we won, the Southern in Indiana.
We won the. Are you talking about the first college tournament that we won for the school?
No, the one this year.
So we won the Western Shootout.
Oh, okay.
That was the second tournament that we won of the season. The first one we did a.
That was the welcome back.
Welcome back, or it's a kickoff style event in at the Palace in Columbus, and so that tournament was hosted by Muskingum University. So we won that one there. Honestly, I think the best highlight for me of the season, the win was super impressive, but we didn't bowl a lot of Tier 1s last year. And again, Emil, you've got a lot of experience with Tier 1s and higher end events. We bowled the 1 last year in the Hoosier, did really well. This year we bowled 4. We had a 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 17th place finish, but the 3rd place we bowled in Marietta.
This year?
Yes, this year.
Or this season, rather?
Yeah, this season. Finished 3rd. Came down to us and McKendry and Weber for that last trophied spot or podium spot, for lack of a better term. And we put some really good games together the last block to hold on to that spot. So it's not a win. It's not where we want to be or eventually get to. We would love to win Tier 1s like a lot of these other schools and programs. But to have a podium finish in a really great field with a lot of great teams was probably my favorite moment of the season so far.
Would you agree, Meg? What's your favorite moment? And you could say it's to be determined.
She's going to say the win. She's going to say the win.
The win was pretty fun. The 3rd place was very cool at a Tier 1. It wasn't my most fun, though. No hate, but just wasn't my favorite. I think favorite from this year or in general? Because favorite in general would probably be our first win overall as a program.
Yeah, and that was fun. You know, we have a competition with the guys team. There's no doubt about it. Sometimes they are not always the most appreciative of our fun with our competition with them. But you know, they in their own right, they've done really well, and they are constantly trying to improve and get better. They've had some really good events themselves, like the third, fourth place finish at the Hoosier last year. They just finished 11th last week. The team's younger as well. They've got 3 freshmen in the team starting this year as well, so they're only going to grow more and more. And Mike's putting in a lot of work with them, you know, and he's developing a new culture and philosophy with that new group of players. I think all the girls have just bought in really well. So yeah, the first win ever, and it was first win ever for a varsity team in program history. That's great to have. You can never take it back. But you know, I like harder, more difficult events. I'd still probably lean towards the Tier 1 third place, even though the Western Shootout win from that far behind against another really stacked field is a really, really close second.
I'd say Hoosier last year.
Yeah, that was good. That was really good.
Yeah.
You
Because
know,
we bowled Wichita.
we did.
We kept them close.
We kept it really close. I think arguably if we would have bowled any other team, we may have won.
Yeah, we
But-
would have, because we had the second highest.
Yeah.
Like, we shot 200, Wichita shot 200, nobody else shot 200.
I think Emil would chime in on that. That was a good eye-opening moment for anyone that was not aware that Midway had a college bowling team.
Oh, at the Hoosier, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I had no idea. So I was like, who is this? And but I just kept watching the standings, and
Yeah.
all of a sudden, I'm like, oh.
Everybody was like, where
okay.
is Midway?
That was the question of the weekend.
That's,
where are you guys located?
although we've had loads of conversations, I'll say my only shameless plug on the live stream right now is that we are always constantly looking for extra girls on the team, and I would not have believed that it was that hard to get extra girls to come out and sign. It seems like guys come out of everywhere to sign. Girls are a little bit tougher. So if there are any parents or people on the live stream that have not yet chosen a place to go to, we will always love to have you come and visit Midway. So
Now, for those who don't know, Midway is located where?
it is located in between Frankfort, Kentucky, and Lexington. Smaller school, I'd say 12 to 1,500 kids probably total. I might be slightly off on that number. They've got a lot of great programs, anything from equine or horse related, because it's right in the middle of horse country, to a great nursing program. There's a lot of great business programs. So, you know, it's really what the flavor is for each person that's looking for their college journey. If you're looking for something bigger in a bigger city and you like the bigger schools, it's not going to be what you're looking for. But if you're looking for a great school with a great program with a lot of history to the campus and opportunities scholarship-wise and everything else, it's definitely worth a look.
Kevin McCune keeps like, he didn't turn his back on that one, but it comes off his hand so fast.
Oh, for Kevin? Yeah.
And it's going, obviously, at such a rapid rate down the lane. But one more, he's going to be in the 2 teens, and Matt Kuba looks like a 6'10" there. Spare that.
Yeah.
That'll get him to 202. As we get you to full screen on 35 through 38, as promised.
Shota's doing pretty well today. Did they give you an update on what his game 2 was?
Yes, actually.
I know game 1, I think he shot 227.
227, 235. Shota is second at plus 62. Anthony Nyer is your leader at plus 91. I did just post those scores at the Facebook or Bowlstream TV Facebook page for as a courtesy. Eric Jones, who this is actually what I expected from Eric Jones during his B squad qualifying, because during practice it looked like he had that type of look, and then as soon as game 1 started, it got really weird for him.
Yeah.
But he's third at plus 57. Brandon Bone is fourth at plus 56. Benji Martinez is fifth at plus 54. And again, 40th right now is minus 21. Minus 21 right now is 40th, and that is Charlie Smith.
That's going to be another plug there. I apologize. You said Charlie Smith at 40th?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's on the Midway guys team.
Well, how about that? Look at y'all. Okay. Oh, he threw it, well, throws it, I should say, very well. He caught me. He threw one shot, first frame on 37-38, and I was like, oh. It's like one of those you're not expecting the ball to hook or move in the way that it did, especially on this, and I was like, oh. Okay.
I've known Charlie a long time, long time. So it's great to see. To me, he's always had a passion for bowling, and it's only continued. And plus, we share a birthday, so that's another unique, great trait for him. So mine came first, though. So I mean, I'll take the claim to the day before he got it.
Real quick, Todd McGill, who is watching. Thank you, Todd.
Thanks, Todd.
He said, feel free to send him something regarding the school and the program. And he can post about it in his sweeper or on his sweeper page.
I'll happily do that. I'll get that together. And, we've got a lot of stuff going on for the girls right now. Like I said, they're coming to the end of the season. We've got a recruiting event coming up as well. I'll get that out to you as well, Todd. That's going to be on March 16th. It's a really neat, unique event. It's for girls only. It's only for the girls that have not committed anywhere. So it gives an opportunity for them to have a unique experience with the school. There'll be a person from the school attending. There's a campus visit coming up as well with that they can go to. And that evening, we're actually doing a fundraising event for postseason activities for the girls as well. So they've got a lot of great stuff coming up. So I'll definitely shoot that up to you, Todd. I appreciate it.
My man Arnar doing something that we haven't seen him do, and taking the lane out of play, but I think in a way that he would prefer probably not to do. He is going right at the head pin, right at the 1-3.
Yeah.
And last night, of course, we saw him curving it during the double shootout. Obviously, much different lane conditions.
On that same pair.
On that same pair, you are correct. Let's see where Mr. Arnar is at the moment.
I have to say, even though he is struggling right now, the performance that he put on yesterday was just nothing less than impressive. I mean, it was just almost playing the whole lane. And he had absolutely no fear of doing it either.
I wonder if it's just this pair, but he's on 200, 181. But again, if you can withstand what it takes to be able to do that across the full 6-game block, you could definitely get in the top 40.
Yeah, I mean, look, even with this game he's got going right now at 138, a lot of people might not think on the stream that shooting 158 is a great game, but if you can get out of it with a 158 and go, that's by far not the worst game that's going to be put up this block. And if he can limit the damage, heck, even if he throws a double here and gets count for a 160, it's a big 160.
Maggie, we appreciate you joining us too. I know as this game winds down, I do want to ask before you depart, as you watch this, you've been here, were you here all day today? Or a good portion of the day or no?
Yeah, I was here for all of second block.
Okay.
I wasn't here for A squad.
Okay, so from B squad and then watching what we were watching here to start, if you were bowling on this, how do you think you would be trying to attack the lanes?
I think that I would probably slow roll it up the ditch.
That's a good answer.
Or try.
Or try. Or try.
Or try.
I don't think I would hit any of my balls with anything lower than 500.
That might be a problem.
I would not 360, no. 100s, no. 200s, no.
You know, there's a lot of guys out there that have 180 on their stuff.
Yeah, I'm not going to ruin a ball for a tournament.
Well, I
That's
don't know.
fair.
That could be. That could be.
She may not be able to get a lot of instantly or, you know, with ease like some other players or people.
That's fair. That's fair.
Unless coach got a few extra laying around.
Yeah, trying to get in a vote.
She's been asking for that ball before it was coming out. That's the Motiv plug for this first part of the block before I talk about it a lot later.
Do you want me to see when I sent you the text about it?
Yeah, she's wanted that evoke ever since it was
January
released.
22nd. Didn't even come out till February 14th.
Yeah. Has wanted that ball for a while, and it's. I've seen a lot of people actually bowl with it this weekend as well. You know, they've got that out for any of the Motiv guys here. You know, they've definitely got a lot more surface on it than what it's coming out of box with, but it's giving some pretty good looks. I know Zeke's been bowling with a couple of different balls, and I'm pretty sure Michael as well. So it's really, I haven't been able to run down and catch what they've been bowling with, but they've definitely got a lot of the higher end pieces out that can at least try and get through that.
For game 3, oh no, we're in game 3, or we're finishing game 3, right?
Yeah.
For game 4, Jason, I'm going to ask you, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
how your partnership with Motiv began, if that's for game 3. I mean 4.
For game 4?
Game 4.
To start game 4?
Yes. So we'll get through this game.
Okay.
And then I might have one final question for Maggie. Are you working, by the way? Or are you just here watching?
I'm just here watching.
Oh, okay. All right. He didn't put you to work?
No, I
There's
don't
no
work
volunteering
here.
involved?
I did we did a raffle basket yesterday.
Oh, I saw you. Okay.
Yeah, so
How's you?
I did that yesterday.
Gotcha.
But
Yeah. And again, they're
spectating today.
And they're doing that they did that yesterday, and there's some other girls walking through today for raising money for a lot of the proceeds and activities that we're looking to do. So anything that they can fundraise for to, make the experience better is great for them. So I know a lot of the guys here like different stuff, and there's some good baskets that they're raffling off. So.
Nice split conversion, too, by the way. That was a 3-6-7.
It's not a bad game there again for Shota. Looks like he's going to go 190 there. 190, 192. You said he went 227, 235.
Yes. 237. 227, 235.
Yeah. Gene Perez walked through and said he's done pretty well. He started 210 or 212 the first game, 190 something, 240 something that game.
Gene or Shota?
Gene Perez.
Gene.
That one.
Okay, well, good.
So him and Shota are going to be about even there.
It's good. Good.
Shota goes 190 there, 227, 235. So you're plus 62, plus 52. Gene is 212, 240 something, 241 I think. Ironically, shoots 199, also plus 52.
All right, Maggie, before we let you go, 2 questions. One, it sounded like, or at least Coach mentioned, you were curious about what it was like to be in the booth. So now that you've been in it, what's it like?
I don't know. It's kind of relaxing. It's just fun to sit back and watch everybody come across, seeing all the different people.
Is it because you have absolutely no responsibilities of what happens here?
Pretty much, probably. I'm not running this or this. I just get to watch.
Oh, that's funny. And then secondly, as we get closer to the postseason and you guys got conference stuff going on, how can people follow the Midway women's bowling team or the programs in general?
We do have a men's Facebook page and a women's Facebook page.
Okay.
We do a lot of live streaming for our tournaments. We also have a Go Midway Eagles Facebook page that's all Midway athletics, but they post articles about all of the teams, and they'll keep people updated on when they're playing or what tournaments that they're at, and then they'll update with stats and how the tournaments went, and individual stuff too they'll put on there.
Yeah, and there's a couple of other small things as well. You can always check out the Mid-South Conference page. That's the conference that we're in. They always put some plugs on there about how any of the teams have done, including Midway. And then recently, we did a really neat recruiting video that should be coming out sometime soon. So
I was wondering when that was coming out.
I think that'll be worth looking for and checking out when that comes out.
All right, Game 3 is officially complete. And then when we return, we'll have Game 4. I want to thank Maggie Coleman for joining us and learning more about what the booth is like, and then learning or giving us the opportunity to learn more about her and Midway. Good luck next week in conference. And I do hope to see you, I guess, just down the street in April at Kingpin for ITCs.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's on record.
All right.
So
that's two things.
You got to live up to this bargain that we got going on here. I'm going to show up to ITCs.
Okay.
I need you and the team.
Yeah, we'll be there.
Okay.
Blue and yellow.
Boom. Let's do it.
We'll be in blue and yellow.
And then I'm going to talk sponsorships with the tournament director here, Jason Utchwall, when we return. Game 4 underway here on Bowlstream TV.
Side is just hot out. have to be like dead spot on. And not even that, you got to everything. Everything has to be, yep.
You can't miss it at the bottom. You can't miss it touch left. That's right.
It's got to be the exact spot.
Like I maybe missed on that by half a board and it read.
I know, dude. It's ridiculous, man.
And earlier I was playing the gutter. Burn squad was easy.
Well, listen, I walked out.
A squad was not.
Yesterday. Like, got in the car, sitting there, and I'm like,
No idea at this point because I haven't seen the ball do the same thing twice.
should I go to my mom?
I've been all over the place.
Looked up here and I seen Brandon. I said,
Where?
I'll go. That was a mistake. That took me forever.
Most of the stuff seemed to be
As soon as I got going, and then I even really dared to go to Belleville, which is nothing but this.
Marshall just texted me and said you killed it.
Me and Brandon.
All right, game 4 underway as we get you under or going on 35 through 38.
Oh, good break there from Brandon.
That's one of Louisville's finest too, right?
It is. It is.
And in Flora. All right, we got Jason Utchwald. Go ahead.
I was going
finish
to say,
up.
I think Brandon's been great around here for a long time. He is probably one of the only people, I would say, a kid at the time, that shot 3 consecutive 800s
3 consecutive 800s
in one day.
in a tournament.
Yeah, high school tournament.
Oh wow!
Yeah. Yeah, he was bowling. I think he couldn't have been any more than 13 or 14 and shot back-to-back 800s in that event. I mean, it was just crazy. Crazy.
Did the dare I ask, did the team win?
I don't think they did.
Because I mean, that's sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Yeah.
I had a question about, or I had a question on just kind of sponsors and obviously the opportunity to kind of discuss those brands and businesses and kind of what they mean to the tournaments. And then there was a prize fund question too, if that's located anywhere or posted anywhere, but you can go through. We know a load of cash is 600. I don't know if you know all of the cashing spots off the top of your head, but I know you'll know it tomorrow.
Yeah. That's something that we'll work on a little bit later this evening. We've just got to add everything up and see where we're at. 40 spots are paid no matter what. The 40 that go excuse me, to Sunday morning are paid. It's one of the things that I actually hated when I first took over, that there were people advancing to Sunday morning and they weren't cashing. Excuse me on that. Nothing like coughing or not being able to control that when you're on the live. So
I've been there.
But yeah, that's one of the things I really dislike. There were people that were being advanced to Sunday morning. They weren't cashing. When I bowled at least a little competitively myself, if I was going out of town and I was being asked to stay another night, I'd want to know that I was at least cashing for something. So, we made sure that was mandatory, a mandatory requirement for us. Anyone that's staying an extra night, having to pay for food, beverage, whatever they're doing, that they're getting paid. So 600 is guaranteed for last, the 12 on the top for first, and then just really figuring out everything in between. Sponsor-wise, we've got a lot of great sponsors that make the event happen, from QubicaAMF to CTD to H5G, Maeser Plumbing that came on board this year. Motiv especially. They've been with me a long time through everything. This is going 5 years now. You know, and I think it's been a great relationship. Mutually beneficial. I think they always work hard to get me whatever I need for this event. Also for the Derby tournament that's hosted here at Executive. Completely different event from what we're looking at today. But Motiv worked just as hard for the well-being of that event as they do for here for the Bradley weekend. I think you asked before what kind of drew me to them. I think it's just an opportunity to work with, not that other companies aren't great and that they don't go out there and promote their brand and what they're doing. I just was drawn to what all the team at Motiv were doing. I had an opportunity to talk with Scott Hewitt and Brett Spangler. There was a mutual interest. We got everything to work out, and you know, that's where the story started, and that's where it continues to go.
How did Cubica? They have a presence in the area. I mean, I guess that they always do, and those brands from that vantage point, as far as equipment, scoring, whatever, depending on what center you're in. But I just want to get to a QubicaAMF type level.
Well, you know, the sales rep for our area is Terry Rohr.
Oh, Terry.
Yeah. So I've known Terry a long time. He's known the ownership for Strike and Spare for a long time. You know, it was call and ask and see what we can do. And Terry's super supportive every year. You know, he knows bowling as well or better than anybody. He's been out there and done everything that everyone's wanted to do bowling wise. He knows running tournaments to bowling them and to now being in the business on the sales side for Cubica. So you know, having someone like Terry in your court really, and you know, being able to not only talk to him about sponsorship, but generally picking someone's brain about bowling in general and the business is always great to have.
Tournament director Jason Utchwall. We're starting to see a few more, but now we're past the halfway point of this block. Back three for players who are trying to make a run, remain in the top 40.
Yep.
And they're starting to look a little bit favorable at this point. To me now, as we get to it, just a few shots I've seen to start game 4, it's starting to look a little more like last year.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely getting there. I think there's a lot of people that might start pumping the brakes a little bit though after this game. You know, you got game 5 and 6. The people that are super close or know they're close to that cut, as it rolls past the screen, might get a little bit tighter. You know, knowing that shots and pins in general mean a little bit more. So I think this is the relaxed game before the storm, really. That's a good shot from Brandon there. He's not super happy with it, but I'd take a double right now. I don't see anyone really running with a bunch of strikes right now.
Now it looks like it's slowed down from that vantage point just a little bit. But we're going to go check in on a good pair on 31 and 32. We got Brandon Bone, Cam Crow, Brian Robinson, Matt Zweig, and I'm not sure who their fifth is. It might be Rick McCormick, maybe.
That's a good 4-5 right there.
Yeah, I mean, those are a couple players who bowl on tour, two of the best collegiate players in the country.
Yep.
And then we'll see who that fifth is, but I mean that's pretty impressive right there.
Yeah. All those guys are great. I've got to talk with Cam a lot, and he's a big basketball fan and talks about it. He's not too happy with my opinion of who I think the best basketball player of all time is. So,
Well, I mean, if you're Cam, that means it's someone other than Michael Jordan, which doesn't sound like that's you.
that is not me.
Okay.
He is a LeBron man, and I am a Jordan guy. Especially when I believe it's MJ's birthday today.
It is. That's right. See, you're the only one that got it. I knew I could connect with you. Ooh.
I definitely had him riled up earlier. I said, I don't even know if you can count LeBron in the top 3. Did not go down too well.
That was a very sandwiched together 1.59, I think it was, or 1.58 maybe, but it looked like the 1.59.
And that is Rick McCormick on that pair as well. So you got Rick, Matt, Justin, Brian, and Cam on that pair. That's a good pair.
All right, we'll take a look at it. Here they are. Zweig there on your left. We'll see Jeremy Thomas to your right. The old can opener there for Jeremy. You know, he worked hard today.
Yeah.
He bowled this morning. Then he went to work.
Yeah.
And then here he is bowling, of course, in the advancers. Series where Brian Robinson is now playing. Again, we're catching him now in game 4.
Yeah.
But he began, this was what? Did he bowl this morning? I can't remember which squad he bowled down.
I think he did bowl.
He was pointing the gutter, but not doing that. Not doing that now.
No.
I like what he's doing now, though.
And for anyone that doesn't know Brian, he's great. Great guy. I've got loads of time for Brian. He's always stops in and talks every time he comes in. You know, got to know him over the years. Messaged a couple times, you know, throughout the season, because obviously you don't get to see all these guys all the time. It's not a week in, week out kind of thing. But, you know, I think that's been super important to me over the years as well, is to, you know, make connections with a couple of different people, and Brian's definitely one of them. All right, results rolling in there. And a new leader after 3. Any guesses?
Shota.
No.
Okay. Benji Martinez.
Nope. Eric Jones is now your leader after posting 269 the last game.
It's so interesting how folks, and I really mean this, rarely would I tell somebody, hey, why don't you go back and watch practice of a block? But if you watch Eric Jones' 10-minute warm-up in B squad qualifying, the first few shots you go, oh, I think he could win the tournament.
Yeah.
And then as the round officially started, I think he probably left 4 or 5 splits. And it was just, he was seeing his ball read way too early.
Right.
Ball changed, threw some good shots, and he managed to salvage 140. But what he's doing now is what I thought he was going to do earlier today.
And that's funny that you said that with salvaging the 140 when we were talking about the scores earlier.
Oh, yeah.
When you're looking from the stream, and it's really hard to, it's not hard to see because you see the bowlers playing, but to realize that a 140 game is not detrimental to the outcome of where you're going to finish. That sometimes that 140 is a really good 140. And my dad used to tell me that when I was younger, I'd shoot a bad game, and he was like, that's not a bad game. You know, you grinded that out and you got this, and I was constantly disappointed. Not that the level was the same as what we're watching here, but sometimes you can have a really good 140, 150, 160 that doesn't damage you as bad as it could have. You know, that 140 could have easily probably been 120 or 110 for Eric, and, you know, he figured something out from it definitely right now. So after 3, we have 17 guys plus or even. Brian Robinson is in there like we were watching. See how many on that pair are plus. I think there's just one in that pair. Brian is the only one plus now at 612 on the pair that we're watching on. Is that 31 and 32, Emil?
We are watching 31 through 34.
Yeah.
Full picture-in-pictures, 35 through 38.
Cam's not too far off the pace. Currently sitting 29th with a 577, so he's minus 23. The only 2 former champions that we have bowling this year are on the front page in the top 40. AJ Rice is 24th. Tony Lambert in 10th. Your top 5 are Eric Jones with a 726, Anthony Norrie with a 688, Brandon Bones 687. Also on that pair, I don't know how I missed him. Shota with a 652. Gene Perez not far behind that 4 with a 650. Low to cut is really close right now as well. So Sam DeWitt is your cut guy at minus 36. Just behind him on minus 38 is Charlie Smith, and just behind him is J.R. Raymond, minus 40.
What's 40th again?
Minus 36.
Minus 36. Well, minus 60 still in range.
Yeah.
I was thinking it could be minus 60. I think I was talking to Dan Higgins. It's minus 30 could be the number 2.
What was the cut line after 2? Minus 21?
Yep.
So it's dropped 15. You know, so if it goes that pace, 15, if it goes 15 a game, you're going to go another 45 under. So minus about 80, 81-ish.
I feel like I don't see it getting that low after watching now 4 games, right? But the only thing I always think about is what I'm not seeing on the low end.
Right.
Which, from what I've learned this week, is a game changer potentially, depending on where you are down
definitely.
there. All right, folks, so I did post the recent scores after Game 3. All 3 sheets are there for you on the Bowl Stream TV Facebook page. So appreciate that. Jason just went over the scores and the current cut number as we wind our way to knowing the top 40.
Yeah, 3 more games. So they bought 1 extra game, this squad. You know, we did that a couple years back. We tried that 1 year to do 6 games of qualifying and then 6 games into the evening block. It just didn't flow right. It took a little bit too much time. Dragged a little for everybody. You know, this is mentally and physically exhausting enough for people to go through, let alone putting an extra game on it. So we trimmed that back down for qualifying, but kept it 6 for this evening and 6 for tomorrow morning. But halfway there, 3 more, well, basically 2 more games to go after we see what's posted here. Steve Barron's on a really good game here on 37. off the sheet for 260.
I mean, he's in the he was in the upper echelon, I think, of the standings, right?
Yeah, he's 18th right now. So plus 60 would definitely move him up that board.
Well, interesting here for Cam. I was wondering, and he did not bowl on the fresh either.
No, he didn't.
I'm like, yeah, if he has any of a similar look that he did earlier, then he might be in business. But he just shot 160.
Yeah, 141 game one, 212, 224, 160. So that's going to put him 737 after game 4.
I want to check in on that possible 260. But Steve missed the head pin left.
Yeah, still a makeable spare here, but then again, makeables are not the normal makeables. So, as I say that, cover this and be on for 230 still a good game. There you go. That's where he probably wanted his first one, or closer to it. So
right off the hand from our guy Paul Eston there.
Yep.
.185 there on the top right. As good as that cross is from a player perspective, no one's going to shoot 200 this game.
No. No, it looks like high game's going to be in the 190s over there. Rick's on for 190. Matt is on for 9 count or better for 190. Cam 160. And it looks like a pair of 183s up there, right? On A and D.
Correct.
Last game for Steve there, 236.
Right. Steve was trying to play him there pretty much throughout the game. But
Yeah.
just saw his ball just read early and go left. Like 2 games left, but 37. Looked like it might be getting a little chewed up. It's a big finish here for Eric Jones coming up. Now he's giving himself plenty of cushion.
Kevin's plugging another solid game over there. Looks like another 2 team. That'll move him in the plus 20s.
Yeah, remind me tomorrow. We dropping pins?
No.
No, right?
So for tonight, we will cut to the top 40. They will carry tonight's scores over to tomorrow morning. And then it will be your accumulated 12-game total that determines the top 8. So I know you've got to see this over the last couple of years. I'm sure there's a lot of people watching on the stream that'll think, you know, when you get to 40, sometimes there's a lot of people in a lot of events that don't think it's worth it in 40th place. But the amount of changes that happen in this event on a Sunday morning.
Saw it last year.
Yeah.
Several players that were able to move up and then get a little extra money.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's some significant jumps that people have made over the years. I mean, just because you're in 40th in this and you could be 200 pins out of the cut does not put you out of it in any stretch. You know, you definitely have loads of pins on the board over another 6 games. You have absolutely no idea what anyone else is potentially going to do in that situation. And positions change so fast in this event that I think everybody that makes it to Sunday all have an opportunity to win. Every single one of them. I don't care if you're 40th, sitting in 40th when you start, or sitting in first when you start. First can easily drop out. I've seen it several times, and not even make the cut for the top 8. And there's loads of people that are outside that top 10, top 20 into the 40th position that have jumped all the way up and made it into the top 8 bracket finals. So, well, Emil, I've been in here for a bit. I'm going to jump out for a little while.
Okay.
Going to see what else is going on, or if my phone's going off or anything else, and get back in before everything finishes up for the evening.
Okay. Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Eric Jones already with the first one in the 10th. Three 6. So spare to get him to 180. And looks like everyone else is about into game number 5. Regarding the pattern, when Jason is back, I think he can discuss his process, if you will. But there isn't. Well, there is a. I think there is a year-to-year tweaking session, if you will, just to look at it. Always got to make sure it's proper as we get you underway. It is pretty fast-paced. I didn't expect the pace to be this quick tonight, but I'm not complaining. I would love to get all the sleep I can get tonight. As we welcome into the booth, it's been a nice Midway University opportunity here this evening. As we add now Gabby Gill to the Bullstream TV booth. Gabby?
How's it going?
I'm well. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Excited.
Well, excited about what?
Just to be on the live stream.
Okay. Have you, were you like Maggie and was like just always trying to figure out like what actually goes down when there's a live stream or any other type of broadcast happening?
Not particularly. I mean, this is my first time on the live stream.
Okay.
But no, just ready when you are.
I have to always be ready.
Yeah.
I have to be ready for anything in this job. DQ just came over and gave us a bit of an exhale, if you will. Plus 38? Okay. All right. Daniel Ferris said he's now plus 38 after 4 games.
Awesome.
Which would be, I mean, that would put him in the top 7 if scores were to remain about the same. All right, so Gabby, tell us a little bit about, or really tell the viewers a little bit about yourself. Obviously, we talked about the Midway connection, so you're a player on the Midway team. Of course, Coach taking an opportunity to kind of get his squad and many of your teammates involved, not only just, obviously watching this major tournament, but opportunity to get comfortable in, media-like settings and all that stuff. So tell us a little bit about you and major, what you're studying, et
Okay.
cetera.
Well, I'm from Lexington. I'm from
Okay.
Lexington, born and raised, and I would say I've been bowling for about 15, 16 years now. Started out in kindergarten, and then went all the way through, did a couple leagues, youth leagues in middle school and throughout high school. Actually started on the high school team at Tate's Creek my 7th grade year. And I've been bowling other bigger tournaments since then. And then I got to Midway. At Midway, I am doing business administration in my junior year right now. So almost done. Got one more year. I'm trying to do my plus 1 year of masters. So I'm getting set up for that. And then we'll be sailing free. But currently, just right now, just honing my skills on bowling, doing more tournaments, getting more experience, so I can be ready for the team. Because we're trying to get goals right now, trying to get wins, trying to get to nationals, win conference this coming week, which is very important. So we need to be in the right mindset. So my goals currently have just been picking up spares, strengthening up my hand, because I've been having some problems with that, and just making sure that my mindset is in the right place, so I can still motivate my team, whether I'm bowling or whether I'm in the pit with them.
Okay. I like that description. Maggie was in here. We were talking about the goals of the team. You guys have the Mid-South Conference tournament coming up. I guess what is now next weekend. Right, starts on Thursday-ish, Friday, something like that?
I believe singles start on Wednesday.
Okay.
And
Oh,
then
wow.
we have, they moved to Wednesday, I believe. And then we have the team event on Thursday and Friday, and I believe it goes into brackets on Saturday. So it'll be Wednesday through Saturday. It's going to be in Bowling Green.
It's a big conference tournament coming up, and then a sectional announcement, and then you'll know where you're going to go for sectionals.
Sectionals, we're hoping for Texas.
Okay.
We're hoping for Texas. And then hoping still being in the right mindset there, making it to nationals, wherever that's going to be, and just keep going as far as we can go.
Well, what if I told you that ITCs and not the NAIs, which are generally they've been in the Detroit area,
Okay.
hosted by Lawrence Tech. What if I told you that ITCs is going to be in, I'm forgetting the exact city, but in the Louisville area? Would that excite you more if I told you it was close to home?
No, not really.
No?
I like traveling.
That's fair. Okay, I'll give you that answer.
My most recent tournament that I went to that I traveled the furthest, I believe, was for team trials. I went to Las Vegas. That was fun. Though it was like more bowling than actually like going
Sure.
and like seeing the sights, but it was still fun. I got to go to the Caesar's Palace. That was really cool. And I got to watch the Michael Jackson 1 concert.
I'm still trying to get a ticket.
Yeah, I would highly recommend anyone that goes to Vegas should watch that show. I would definitely watch it again.
Well, ITC is going to be at Kingpin
Kingpin's a good bowling alley. I like bowling.
in April. Well, shout out to the McCarthy family. They will be our hosts.
Their setup there is pretty cool because they have lanes on both the left side and the right side, so it's not just one long strip. So I think it's pretty cool there. They've recently gotten some string pins on the other side of the building.
Okay.
And they've been doing that. They just got that renovated in December.
I might
wanna
bring a
say.
bowling ball. I might bring a bowling ball.
Yeah, I haven't bowled on it myself, but I've seen other people on it. It looks pretty good. So that's pretty cool.
All right, so of the lanes in our viewing area, you see 35 and 36. AJ Rice, past champion, won in 2022. He's crossed with Donnie Johnson, Brian Bourget, and Jack Sullivan. So it's a group of 4, so they've been bowling pretty quickly. And then on 33 and 34, Benji Martinez. Benji is bowling with Benji, Phil Watson, Brandon Coombs, and Charlie Hall.
Benji Martinez, he's cool. I follow him on Instagram. He posts a lot of bowling videos, tips and tricks. I think recently he's been doing more two-handed tips and tricks. So I have some friends that are still on the high school team at Tate's Creek, and I try to show them that so they can start implementing that during their practices so they get better at getting that formation down. Yeah, he's cool.
How many, yes, he also works with KR Strikeforce.
Yeah.
How many two-handers are on your high school team? Or your previous high school team, I should say. And are you two-handed?
And our what?
And are you two-handed?
I am not.
Okay.
I'm just left-handed. I am the oddball. I have, everyone says the most advantage. I say yes and no. Because, I mean, the lane, depending on the oil pattern, the lanes can still change. So I just have to be aware of that and watch it more. But, I mean, if the ball hooks more, then I can just shift down to a different ball, and then it's smooth rolling from there. I would say for my previous high school team for Tate's Creek, they have 3, I believe, 3 or 4 two-handed bowlers. 3 of our guys, and 1 is a girl. They're both pretty well. All 4 have potential. They just need to hone their skills more, put their skills and get their fundamentals down. Usually I try to go down there and help them get their fundamentals down and help them out, get their spares, so when they're in their matches and their tournaments, they know how to pick up the hard stuff because they have all that rev rate.
Well, someone's got to pick up the hard stuff.
Yeah.
That's important.
I would say this pattern for today, what I've seen is that you can't roll it too fast. Because if it's too fast, it's just going to give you splits, which is definitely not ideal. Because today I would say, and for this tournament in general, is spare game, 100%.
The ball speed is very important. I mean, and obviously we've been talking about surface, which is a big part of this lane condition. But and while it's playing a role, obviously here in the advancers round, I don't think we're seeing it play a role as much as it did in the early squads, especially on the burn. And meaning, I don't think players over-surfaced for this round. I think a few may have done that earlier. Nice shot there by Donnie. He made a nice run last year too, if I'm recalling correctly. A couple of groups of 4 that are kind of bowling pretty fast. There are some 5s that are still yet to make their way, but I think they're on their way on 37 and 38 and 31 and 32 respectively. Jack with a 10 pin. All right, so if you were out there, we just talked about watching your ball speed. All right, and so from the left side, I've seen a few lefties that had some pretty good looks today. Yes. Have you been able to see or watch lefties in particular to maybe pick up a tip or 2 that you can kind of keep in the back of your mind in case you need it some point down the road?
I would say, I don't know his name because he was wearing a pullover over his jersey. He was like right on 35 and 36. I think he had a pretty good line, nice and smooth. Probably ideally for me, I probably stand probably more on the left side, maybe like 10 or 15 in between there. And let's see, probably shoot up from anywhere from around the 4 board to the 6 board and see how that plays out. Where I would just probably try shooting up the middle, standing a little bit more right, and see which one of those has the best look for me. And then put surface. I think I would put surface on either way. I saw a lot of people, one of the left-handers with an attorney pie, which I have that one too. And that's a good ball to have in the bag. And then the IQ solid. Put some surface on that too. That's what I would do. And my Idle Cosmos, I put surface on that and try that out as well.
I like your game plan. I'd have to ask you to look at my arsenal. See what balls I need to put surface on. Taking a look at 31 through 34. 31 32 just underway. That's Tim Cagle. I saw Andrew Hall. He's on that pair as well. I think Zeke Bate also on that pair. Benji Martinez does handle his 10-pin, so he is clean through 7. Some pretty solid starts overall on 33 and 34. Kiwis World, she said, someone, so you are giving off to someone in the chat Aaron McCarthy vibes, which is good.
Okay.
Soft-spoken, voice sounds in a very similar tone, and as well. So I think maybe she didn't think you were Aaron McCarthy, but the first person that she thought of. Aaron McCarthy's a great person and a great bowler. I can vouch for both.
I appreciate the compliment. I think I have to give those props to probably my parents and my job. My parents, they've taught me well on how to be proper and be respectful to people. My current job, I work for Cutco. We sell kitchen knives, cookware, and flatware. But they also focus about you as a person and getting you ready for the outside world.
Okay.
So we do a bunch of projects and things during the school year and meetings on how to prepare us for presentations for college and school, because that's going to happen. You're going to have to speak in front of 20-plus kids about your project on global warming or, you know, the business market or Netflix, or you're doing a project on whatever. So just making sure you have your notes collected. Usually what I've been doing is I make my presentation and I just have another thing of notes just to remind me of what I'm supposed to say. And I go ahead and speak on that. That's really helped me a lot. But yeah, I would say working with Cutco has definitely helped me a lot on just my talking skills and how to be better prepared for the outside world of business and just in general. I definitely would say I'm an introvert, 100%. I definitely would say that this job has definitely got me out of my shell. Especially this year, me being in the dorms, that's helped a lot too. So yeah, I would say that's probably one of the reasons why I'm very soft-spoken. I know the right things to say, I guess.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. I was once, well, I still am an introvert. It may not seem like it to the people that hear me talk all the time. But I'd still rather talk to a virtual group of people, theoretically, as opposed to talking to like 2,000 people in person.
100% agree. 100% agree. Now, my teacher for coaching methods I have right now, we just finished our 2-minute speech of us like doing an interview, and we're supposed to be talking about our coaching methods and philosophies and what we would say to the parents and kids. So it's like 2 minutes, so it's not too much questioning on how to be up there. And you really, like, yes, the class is there, but you're really just talking to the teacher. But then he explained to me later during lunch, he was like, yeah, we have this, but we also have to be able to give a pep talk to like the whole class of how you're going to motivate them or if they're down. And I was like, oh man, I have to do that. In the moment, it's still nerve-wracking, but I'm sure like once I get down what I want to say, depending on the script that I have, and prepare for it, then I'll be fine. Yeah, in the moment, it's like, do you want to jump off this 10-foot cliff? And you're like, well, no, of course not. Like, there's nothing there. And it's like, well, yeah, there's water. There's water when you go down. It's like, I don't know. But yeah, I definitely say that's one of the things I have to prepare for, that I have to do that I'm not necessarily excited about, but I'm sure I'll be fine.
Got some new players on 37 and 38. That group of 5 has made it. Pontus Anderson, Dan Higgins, Nolan White, Williams Benson, and I'll tell you in a second. Lance Morris makes up that group of 5 on 37 and 38. In the booth, we've got Gabby Gill of the Midway University Women's Bowling Program. And she's under the tutelage of our tournament director, who is the women's coach at Midway, Jason Utchwald. We talked to Maggie Coleman, a teammate of Gabby's, in the previous game for a little bit. And then Jason went to, he went to do tournament director things. And
Yeah,
he'll
boring
probably,
stuff.
very boring stuff. He'll come back and hang out if he can as we get to, or as we watch the final game unfold. While we have Gabby for a little bit, I'll talk about, I think that's, let's see, Benji can get, I think that's Benji. It's either Benji or Phil. No, it's not Phil. Benji can still make some things happen, or that's Charlie Hall on 33 and 34. We'll talk about that in a second. With those groups finally making it down, assume that game 4 is officially now complete across the building. So somewhere along the way, the pace kind of got off a little bit. So there's definitely, the groups of 4 are well on their way to almost being done with game 5. Hopefully they're following 4s so it doesn't mess up that particular pace and rhythm. Always some questions about this lane pattern, and the answers are, haven't seen the graph. In past years, I believe in match play, it's kind of the first time maybe it's allowed to be seen, but it is generally a 50-plus foot pattern, 50-plus foot. So to be, I think it's anywhere 50 to 53, 54. With like 45 to 50 plus mils. I still think you lean on the higher side. That is a typical or common Bradley pattern, and what players and fans and those who spectate have been accustomed to. Wow, AJ Rice just laid down the ball on 35, folks, or 36.
Yeah, it took off.
it read at the dots. And I'm surprised it actually didn't take off the 10 pin.
I think another thing I'll say about this pattern is, well, not necessarily the pattern, but the pins. It's all about them too, because I mean, you'll be in pocket and then you'll just get, what is it? Ooh, man. What are those pins that are? The brain is not braining right now. But it's like the 2 pin and the pin behind the 2 pin.
2-8.
And then, so the 8, and then the pin behind the 3 pin. Is that the 9?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. The 8-9. I've seen people get the 8-9 in the pocket shot.
Today?
Yes.
Wow. Well, you see people leave the 8-9?
Yes.
Or, wow.
Leave the 8-9.
Yikes. Yeah, I mean, you can see anything on this pattern.
Yeah.
How long were you watching earlier today or just tonight?
Earlier today,
Okay.
yes. Yeah, I've been here since like 8 a.m. I've been going at it today. But yeah, I think I saw that. I I want to say the second block for B block. I want to say.
Was it you just wanted to watch today? Kind of take it all in? Because that's a long time to be here. You've been here as long as I have.
Yeah. Well, here to watch.
Actually early.
Here to help Jason around, see if he needed any extra hands today. And
Nice.
then I was walking around today, doing the 50-50 raffle with some of my teammates, so we can get some extra funding for the girls. So, yeah, just stuff like that. So yeah, I've been here. It hasn't, honestly, since everything's been going very smoothly today, it hasn't been as dreadful as I thought it was going to be. I'm not as tired as I thought I was going to be. Like, I came very prepared today. Like, I went to the store and I got like 6 energy drinks, not just like for me, because having 6 in like one day is probably insane. But like 6 because I knew there was going to be other people on the team here, making sure they had something if they needed it. Got me some candy and some Cheetos for the day to snack on if I wasn't having any food. And then later that day when I got home, my dad, he gave me like a bag of candy and Pop-Tarts and stuff. And I was like, I don't really need this, but I'll just take it with me. So if anyone on the team wants some, or whoever, then they have them. So just very prepared today with the snacks.
Thank you for your preparedness. I can tell you, as someone who is living or talking from experience, learning to bring snacks
Oh yeah.
is extremely important. Of course, now you bowl collegiately, so you're standing and yelling and bowling for hours at a time. Nice.
Oh, that was a very good
Nice
pickup.
split there by Pontus. 6, 7, 10.
Yeah, we have a box that we bring. We usually try. When we went to PA in December, Maggie, her mom, she got us these like mini beef jerky packets. They were so good. I'm trying to see if I can get some more of those when we go to Bowling Green, because that would be a great snack to have over those 4 days.
So Jeff, from my vantage point, I've actually never seen a grab. Now, I don't have as much experience as some others regarding the Bradley, but I have been doing now the tournament for, this is my 3rd year. Brett Shepard getting a nice hand clap, local legend, over on 39 and 40. He actually got a front 5 over there. We'll check and see what's going down on 39 and 40. I haven't seen the graph though, so I'll be on the lookout for that tomorrow. And Mr. Tom, Crankin' Tom actually asks a really good question, because based on the standings as we look into it, there are a nice amount of lefties right now in the top 10.
Okay.
And just from watching earlier, based on the righty-lefty, or what was happening on the right, and really how players on the left were attacking them, there were some trouble to a degree on the left, but it was really just based on surface. Same thing can be said for the righties. Thank you. But man, the left has looked solid. Anthony Nyer started that, looking good. Eric Jones has continued it. Mr. Perez looked great as well.
We have someone bowling that's got the front 5 right now.
Yes, who is that? It's Trevor Roberts.
Ooh, front 6. Very good shot.
All right, Trevor Roberts with the front 6 over there. We will keep our eyes out. But I'm going to say yes to your question, Frank and Tom. I think we will see at least one righty. I'm going to go with 2. In fact, I do have scores after 4 games as of this very moment. They've been handed to me. So Eric Jones is the leader at plus 106. That's kind of incredible. But again, talked about this earlier after watching them in practice. Gene Perez, 874. So plus 74 for Gene. Brandon Bone at plus 70. Anthony Nyer plus 62. I will say this. If it ends up being multiple lefties, in the top 8, it would make the finals very interesting. Just because seeing that amount of lefties and then more than like having to bowl each other, because it would be almost guaranteed for that to happen.
I would agree.
How the lanes may end up playing.
I think they're probably not even using the same line, and they probably weren't even bowling on the same lane. So I would, because you know sometimes lefties are lucky. I would say each of them probably got a fresh pair at least once or twice during these games today. I'd say that's probably what's working well for them. They haven't had to change balls very much. It's been on fresh oil, or it's only been used once or twice. So very big advantage that I'd say. If a whole handful of them are in the lead right now, then it might be a little bit of trouble on which lanes they end up on.
Yeah, I think it's been, you watch certain pairs and I don't think they've been that great on the left, actually. I think 37 has been a little rough on the right. All right, going to post these scores here in a moment. The cut number right now is -57. It continues to drop.
And front 6 on lane 39 is coming out to bowl right now.
Okay, Trevor Roberts.
Trevor Roberts. Okay, I'll have to remember that name.
We don't want to, so there's this thing now in our live streaming world. We're going to do it to test the skills of Gabby. If he strikes, then it's not Gabby's fault. It's Gabby's fault.
What did I say?
Well, you didn't say anything. You said the right thing. You alerted me that Trevor Roberts was going to be up. But I knew as soon as I go over there, he's not going to strike.
So I just shouldn't have. I told you the last time we struck.
You're right. But I didn't go.
Give you enough time.
I didn't press the button to go watch it. But it's okay because you've officially now been live streamed. It's like a verb.
Okay.
Or you've black clouded someone. You probably heard that term once or twice.
Yes. It's okay.
Everyone has. You have to do it. It's like a rite of passage.
Okay, but he got the spare, so it's fine.
I agree. Either way.
He's still smiling. He's still smiling. It's okay.
Either way, if he shoots, let's see where Trevor is. If he shoots to anything, that is a huge plus at the moment. And from first glance, it looks like Trevor may not be in the top 40. He's not. So this is a big game. He's coming off back-to-back games of 148 and 150.
Really?
After starting with 211 and 218.
Okay.
Huge game here for Trevor Roberts. So
very good comeback.
We will keep an eye on that, on his finish.
Very much ahead of time, so he doesn't get a 5 or a 10.
Brian Bourget. And Bourget, he just looked at the number. He is currently 35th. 7 pins in front of 40th at -50. And now best he can do is 188, but not bad. Jack Sullivan had to make some very difficult spares, but he too now will save 180. We've been talking about being able to save 180, 170, and how they will play a vital role. Well, I've reached that point where it's about that time for Ricola. The old voice is starting to go tonight, folks. The long day is finally caught up.
So how long have you been doing live streaming for?
That's a great question. I have been doing this since 2000, well, I guess 2016, I guess on a full-time-ish regular basis, if you will. First time, well, the first year as a full-time employee at USBC.
Okay, cool.
I worked at the Open Championships, which is a national tournament, and did some live streaming there. They had just started to They had just started to stream.
Oh, wait, really quick. He's coming up again.
Trevor Roberts.
Yes, Trevor Roberts. I keep forgetting his name. I feel bad.
All right, let's play the Trevor Roberts game real quick. But they just started to stream at the tournament, and so we were getting into it. It was perfect for me. I was just out of school, and I wanted to figure out a way to merge my passions, if you will.
Right.
Took a few years away from the tournament to go chase and become a play-by-play broadcaster. Oh, Jack Sullivan is detailing his troubles here. So what Jack Sullivan has described basically is kind of what we talked about earlier, to where he wanted to play out and his ball would hook early, not hook early, hook early, not hook early. So he tried to then kind of place it or fit it in a spot where that wouldn't happen. Then it's just consecutive 180s for him. And a ton of 180s, it sounds like, for Jack. So here we go for Jack on that perspective. Tough game there for A.J. Rice. He shoots 155. Open frame there for Trevor Roberts.
That was really close.
So again, with a game left, your cut number is -57. I'm about to post those on the Bullstream TV Facebook page to finish the answer for Gabby. So realistically, since 2016 on a regular basis,
right.
Traveling the country for Bowl TV, working on the PWBA tour, which is will go down as probably one of the best things I've ever done and will do in the broadcasting world. Through that, I've been able to pop on CBS Sports Network a few times. I also call other sports or broadcast other sports like basketball, of which I need to really be preparing for a basketball doubleheader next week.
Yeah.
But I'm here right now.
Like for college or NBA?
College.
Okay.
I'd still like to get to the NBA, though, so those are still long-term goals. And anything really broadcast.
Yeah, definitely hit me up on that. I would love a front row seat.
Okay. All right, Gabby. You're smart. That's what you build the relationships early. That way, you know, when someone says, "Hey, when I see you in the streets, don't act like you don't know me." So I will act like I know you now.
I will not. I will definitely know who you are. So how long have you been bowling for?
Bowling very early, 5 years old.
Okay.
But you know, not in a league. But I do recall, you know, being at the bowling center with my dad, picking up the house ball. Got to a point where I had a favorite house ball, and one day that house ball was no longer there at the bowling center, and I just lost. Just had a, you know, just cried. Someone took my ball, and then not long after that, I got my first bowling ball.
Nice.
So very early, I think league about 8, 9, parent-child league, and then youth league Saturday, bowled high school. Got to bowl collegiately at Lindenwood. Blessed to win a championship while I was there.
Nice.
And so all of those experiences all really helped lead me here.
I would say for the youth tournaments, I got very late into the game with those, and I wish I hadn't, just because I feel like my experience level, I could have gotten here a lot sooner.
I agree. I would second that motion 100%.
So I got into it very late in the game, and by the time I got into all the tournaments that I liked doing, could only do it for like a year or two, and I had to go on to something else. So I would just say for any youth bowlers who are kind of iffy because your friends aren't going to be at all the tournaments, it doesn't matter if your friends aren't there. You're going to meet other friends. I've met a couple of friends at these tournaments, at team trials, at Team Masters. That's where I have my friend Hope Bunk. We've been friends for about 2 years now. She's like one of my best friends. Like, it's like she's me, but we're two different people. It's so cool. So yeah, you'll meet different people, different friends. It's a really good experience, really good bowling. Something I like to do here in Louisville is there's a travel summer league. And so every I believe it's 3 weeks. You go to a different center, and then you bowl a different pattern. So that's something that I like to do. Because it gets me familiar with like the short patterns, medium and long, and let me know what my strengths and weaknesses are on those patterns. I would say that I'm more of a short pattern to medium pattern person, just because I have so much power. I can get a little bit more miss room.
Dan Higgins essentially describing what he feels like. This is his 10th game, he said, which he bowled a 5-game squad earlier. But he said he feels like this is his 20th game. And I know he feels it both physically and mentally, more so mentally probably, because of what the challenges of trying to figure out what to do shot to shot on this pattern.
Yeah. I believe Afton Lords, she's also on the midway team. She's bowling in this today. She bowled earlier this morning.
Yeah, shout out to Afton for being the
Shout
only
out
woman
Afton,
here.
you're killing it. And you've been wearing a hoodie all day. How you do it, I don't know. But you do you, girl. But yeah, she's been killing it. I'm sure she's also tired. She literally took a cat nap. Not really a cat nap, more like a nap. While she was waiting to bowl this evening. So hopefully, I don't know what she's doing currently, but I hope she's doing good these last couple of games, doing what she needs to do.
Nice little crossover there for Zeke Bate. There's some score potentially still on 31 and 32 that could be had, so we'll get you back over there in a moment. Trevor Roberts has gone back-to-back splits, 3-10 in the 8th and another split in the 9th. And so obviously still plus, but still trying to get into the 230s and salvage every possible pin that he can with 1 game left and just 7 pins in front of the cut at the moment.
I probably said it's because of me, because I didn't remind you. I wasn't even really looking. So that might be on my fault why he got 2 back-to-back splits. But he's up on his 10th right now.
Hey Andy, that's a cool comment. We shout out to Larry Lichting, one of the best. Hey, Tony Marino checking in. Appreciate you, Tony. It's funny that that's what you said about Jack. We were just talking about sport leagues earlier, ironically enough, so that goes hand in hand. All right, good spare there for William off camera. Here is Trevor Roberts. Again, Trevor currently in, or I misspoke actually. I was thinking of Brian Bourget, who was 7 pins in front, or 7 pins in front of the number. Trevor Roberts dropped because of his back-to-back 148, 150 games, and he has erased that, or at least stopped that streak. He was 83 back, or excuse me, 73 back. The number currently, and he is going to give himself a chance to advance to tomorrow. 1 more strike, he'll be in the 230s. And I'd imagine that would put him either right around or just below, depending on what else takes place here.
So they do have 1 more game, right?
There is
6
one more
games?
game, yes. One more game tonight.
What do you think he would need to shoot around?
Well, considering that he has gone 211, 218, 148, 150. That lets me know I feel like he has liked his ball emotional reaction for the majority of the day. Now, obviously, don't know what happened on the two tough games.
Right.
I feel like it may not be ball reaction related. He might have just hit 2 rough pairs to where they just got chopped up. I don't know that to be to be sure, but this lets me know that he can get to 220. I think it's about just execution, and hopefully he'll get a decent pair that he can finish on and try to put up a number.
Right.
And I think if he shoots 220, he'll be all right.
Okay. What I was seeing from his last 2 shots was that he was kind of throwing Brooklyn a little bit, which I saw that his 3rd or 4th shot. that he was throwing Brooklyn, so that might be his tactic for the day. Probably even going into the 6th game is just throwing a little bit Brooklyn. It's not like a huge break or anything like that. It's more of an angle.
Well, that's a good observation because on that 7-10, I felt like that's what was happening. You know, now if you put that into play, it might be a situation like we saw Arnar do. You know, just kind of remove the lane and just go right at the headpin or right at the 1-3 and leave something you can make. So I'll be curious to see where he's going to finish and see where if Trevor will keep that same strategy potentially as he gets to game 6. You see on Anderson, who did advance. Kiwi's World, I hope you're watching. Well, we can see Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Spare to get him, or spare strike specifically, would get him to 173. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, folks. There's so much to do. My bad. Let me post the numbers right now. And these would be scores after 4 games. The old right-handed 6'8". Well, Gabby said she saw someone leave an 8'9".
I don't know who it was, but I know what I saw.
Earlier today, so you'd see anything.
It was looked like a good shot. Should have been a strike in the other day. It just was not today. I don't know how they picked it up. Don't know if they got the 8 or the 9. But definitely saw the 8.
Gabby, let me ask you we mentioned this a little bit earlier about your team goals and the upcoming team goals. By the way, folks, this is Gabby Gill. She's a member of the Midway University women's bowling team, coached by Jason Utchwall, who's our tournament director here at the Bradley. And what does the team have to do to be successful in the upcoming postseason events?
I would say our energy throughout the day just needs to be not really, I don't want to say consistent, because with consistency you can kind of just mellow out, but definitely needs to be a good strength of community and togetherness throughout the day, just to keep it kind of going throughout the day, because it's hard. You know, it's a lot of bowling and standing, and it can definitely get difficult when, like, your team is doing hard and you want to get in there and play. So I would just say I think our goals and our mindset all need to be aligned together. So we're all on the same page of what we need to do when we're going out there and bowling. So I think these past couple tournaments, our mindsets have not, like, we know what we need to do, but they're not exactly aligned. And so when we're in, like, our 3rd or 4th game, those alignments aren't the same anymore. They change. So I think just keeping with the same motivation and the same goals that everyone has can help us get to where we need to be, and not be so, don't know the word that I'm looking for, but self-centered in a way. I would say that in the beginning, before we started our bowling season, we did a bowling retreat, and we did some paintball. We did some lunch at the park, which was fun, and just some things to get to know each other as a team, which is probably going to be something that we're going to try to do after conference, just to bring that togetherness back again, because that's always helpful, and not to worry about bowling, because bowling 24/7 all the time can kind of get boring sometimes. So just a different change of pace, I think, will help the team as well recenter us into what we need to do, because that helped a lot in the beginning. So we're trying to figure out some things. I think recently, one of our teammates, Gracie and I, we were thinking about doing some go-kart racing and then going to Dave & Buster's afterwards. To me, that sounds like a very fun day. So I am...
Yeah, can I go?
Sure. We're trying to get Jason to go because Jason's down for the go-karting. We're trying to do it's like elite stuff with the go-karting. Like you have to wear a helmet, make sure you have like a driver's license and fill out a waiver, whatever. So yeah, I think Jason's all for that. So if you want to hop in on it, we can do that. Just let Jason know. We'll give you the dates of when we go. That'd be a fun time, 100%. Then do some arcade games at Dave & Buster's. That's going to be our day.
Those are things I miss about being in college, on the team, etc. I miss all of those things. That was a perfect answer, too. That's you need to just always got to throw in some fun.
Yeah, for sure.
It gets a little bit too, it can get, I should say, too serious, especially about this time. But you work your whole season. Work your entire season to get to an opportunity to make nationals, advance, win a conference championship, etc. And here it is. We got a couple frames left with Gabby. Curious if anyone had a question for Gabby and the Midway team before she departs us. Always got a good group of bowling fans, generally speaking, who are watching and chatters, if you will.
Oh, a question for you. Do you have a Instagram or Facebook tag?
I do.
You do?
It is, I don't know if I want to give it to the public.
I mean, you can just type it.
I'm
It's
just
okay.
playing. IG, I think it's Emil Williams Jr., pretty sure.
ML Williams?
Yeah, EMIL. Williams Jr., JR. And then same on Facebook. I got to step my reel game up. Like real as in REEL. I really need a social media manager. App show, yes, Tim Cagle is out here. Bruce mentioning at Andrew was that minus 15. He didn't throw it bad. 2 splits is the difference. 2 splits and no doubles in that game, and that's just a Bradley game right there. Get you to the end of 35 and 38 here. 10th frame, Nolan White. Or excuse me, 9th frame for Nolan White, 10th frame for Dan Higgins.
So you said that you enjoyed watching the PWBA?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because multiple reasons, really. Nice shot by Higgins there, and that's going to potentially get him a shot to, or will get him a shot to go even this game.
Nice.
Real quick, let me find Dan Higgins.
No problem.
Where is Dan Higgins? Where, oh where is Dan? Dan was 23rd at minus 27. Multiple reasons on PWA. One, when I was out of school, and good Lord, wow.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
That is the a 4.
4 to 8.
I'm sorry, the 2-4.
Wait. No, it's just 4. It's just 4 pins. Yeah, so 2, 4,
2, 4, 8,
5.
10. No, 2, 4, 5, 10.
Yeah.
Yikes. A shot that looked like it was going to hook down lane. Of course, it's even better if he makes it. Okay. I will finally answer your question after this.
You can.
Oh, that's made.
Maybe?
Oh, nicely done.
Finished with a 196.
Never know what 4 pins might do for you.
Yeah. Wait, that's not right. That's not right. He's still in his. He just finished his 9th.
9th frame for
Yes.
William. The cut after 4 games, for anyone who missed it, minus 57. Minus 57 was the cut after 4. Some players or groups have now completed game 5. 37 and 38 are about to complete game 5. Final answer to your question. When I got out of school, I knew I wanted to be a professional broadcaster and call games for a professional organization, team, league. And I ended up doing that. I had no idea it was going to be about in bowling. But being the voice of the PWBA has been one of the best things I could ever do. To lend a voice to many special players, the greats of women's bowling. And they're just exceptionally good.
Do you have any favorites? Like
No.
your type 5?
No.
Top 5?
No,
No top 5?
no,
You sure?
no, I'm not sure. It's hard to narrow it down. Pontus went to the strategy of, again, just throwing it right at the head pin too. It's hard to nail it down. I mean, there's certain players who just kind of stand out sometimes just from watching, or you're in awe of what they can do, like a
Right,
Jordan
yeah.
Richard, for example. Rocio Restrepo's always fun to watch. And it's more about like how Ro reacts to a shot after. She's very energetic, so you just kind of watch for those things. It's fun to watch Liz Johnson. It's fun to watch Shannon O'Keefe. It's fun to watch Kelly Kulick.
Yeah.
I mean, I can just keep going. So if that's ever a thing that you'd like to try, I would encourage you to do so in the future.
I've been considering. That'll probably be one of my goals to do over the summer. Is do some PWB PWBA tournaments.
I look forward to seeing you. I will be at the majority of the events.
Well, now I know that I'll at least see one person that I know. There.
That's right. And I'll be happy to.
At least one. At least one
It
person.
can be, your first tournament, you're first getting out there, and you won't be a regular, but there'll be some things you'll obviously need to know or just learn just about certain rules and what you can and can't wear,
Yeah.
and like things that like you just don't think about.
Currently, what I'm
Great shot there from
the
William.
most recent outside tournament outside of Midway is the USBC Queens 22 tournament coming up in May. Yeah, May.
Oh, good.
So
Okay.
I've already signed up for that. So I plan on being there for that tournament for sure.
That's wonderful. I'll definitely be there.
Okay,
God will.
I'll see you then.
That is in Wisconsin, right?
Is it? I thought it was Detroit.
Oh, I think you're right. Detroit, Wisconsin, and Indy are hosting a lot of events for us across the bowling world. I would trust you in that sense because you signed up. so you should know where to go.
Right? I would hope so.
Oh, I was right, though. I was right. It's in Green Bay.
Is it really?
Yes.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't mind the drive. Actually, I probably won't even be driving. I'll probably be taking the ride. My mom will probably drive, or my dad, whoever.
That was a big pickup, that split in the 9th frame for William. Not that he was in any trouble, per se. He was plus 19, but he's able to only give 5 pins back, gave himself a chance to double, and most importantly, kept that game clean. So maybe the clutchest 2, 4, 5, 10 pickup of the day.
You said Wisconsin for U22 Twins?
Yes, Green Bay, Wisconsin.
It says Allen Park, Michigan.
Oh, that Queens.
Yeah.
The U22 Queens.
U22
I thought you were
Queens.
referring to the USBC Queens.
Oh, no, sorry.
So we both
sorry,
are correct.
sorry. Yes. A little bit of a mix-up. Sorry. U22 Queens. Sorry.
All right, final fill shot here for Lance Morris.
Will you be at the U22 Queens or just the regular Queens?
No, I think I had a conflict from a date perspective, but I might have to revisit that now since we had a chance to conversate. All right, Lance gets to 186, and Gabby, this was fun.
Yeah, it was definitely fun.
Appreciate you sitting down and offering, and hopefully you learned something. And the next time we see each other, hopefully we'll be at ITC's.
Yes.
Collegiate
ITCs.
Nationals, USBC, or just down the street at Kingpin Lanes. Good luck next week at conference.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And I know that's got a lot of importance for your NAIA postseason tournament as well.
Yes.
So good luck, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Gabby Gill of the Midway University women's bowling team. I appreciate her. Ms. Coleman for joining us earlier as well. And, of course, Jason Uchwal, who is going to join us or rejoin us at some point also. We are officially now into Game 6. And with that said, let us let's go to 39 and 40 so we can check in on Andrew Hall.
Oh, this seat's warm.
You want this one? Either one's fine. You ready? You good? Okay. He's fine. Tony Preston joining us, another local legend. The last time I saw you was at this event last year.
I appreciate it.
How you been?
Been good. Been working. A little bowling, just league, but you know.
You bowled doubles last night, right?
I did. We missed cut by 5 pins.
How did you bowl?
I shot 750,
Okay.
which was impressive for me because normally I struggle with a bunch of left-handers, and I had Brandon Bone and Cam Crow on my pair, and I just kept grinding it out.
I mean, it's hard to grind out 750, so you had to strike.
I did,
At some
but as bowlers, we're never satisfied. So I left a little too many 7 pins that I felt like I could avoid it. And you know, on the left side. So, been watching you all day. I was working, had the stream on. Good stuff. I love it.
Appreciate you, as always. What have you seen? And I assume you've been watching maybe Steve and some other players as well. What has stood out to you so far on this lane condition, which you probably could tell too. I think it's a little bit better than what we saw on the burn, certainly, after they re-oiled.
From a spectator standpoint, I am convinced that everybody is playing them wrong.
Okay.
Or not playing them wrong. I mean, you know, like you got Anthony over there is overpowering everything off the gutter, which is great. But I feel like people come here because of the lure of the Bradley going, it's never going to hook, so you got to have 160, 140, 120, whatever your roof shingle is to hit your ball with. And I feel like once that burns up, either they jump away from the outside and they jump back into fallback. And I just think everybody's missing a move. But also, I'm not bowling, so what can I really say? I'm not there throwing a ball to see it react, so I can't tell you that.
Would you? So where would you have moved away from the fallback on this?
Well, so me and Steve are real good friends, and he'll never listen to anything I ever have to say. I think he could hit it dead off the back and play 10 as his gutter.
Okay.
And, you know, your ball, will, if it wrinkles at all, then you're not giving up the head pin. But I feel people that are playing out at 5 with a whole bunch of surface, either the ball checks super early and they're bringing a lot of stuff into play, or it just misses and they're bringing a lot of stuff into play. And the Bradley, we know the one thing that's consistent is you can't give up the head pin. And so I just think the moves are really, really drastic. But that's also just from a spectator point sitting here.
That's a nice. Was that a?
There's a
5-6?
A 5-6.
We just saw a 2-4-5-10 made on 37. Then we saw a 5-6 made also on 37. Well, we're almost done, folks. Maybe we've got one more game of possible. You know, think about the most interesting leave, and we may see it.
This is like the adult version of watching kids at a birthday party bumper bowling. If you can dream it, it could happen to adults. And you'll just sit there leaving your head going, well, how did that happen?
Yeah, I think that's you can be more right about that. Folks, I also think there's might be a few pairs who are done with Game 6. And believe it or not, I think I see a front 6 or 7 down on 25 and 26. Amber, David Nordhaus is finishing up on 23, so he is out of our range. I do see a front 5. There's some folks trying to battle for some spots left. Here in to claim a spot in the top 40.
So Game 4 is the last update we have, 57?
Yes, because everyone, well, for sure, our group on 37 and 38 were one of the last groups to start Game 5, and they certainly would have been one of the last groups to end Game 5.
I told Stephanie, my fiance, I said on the way here, I said my guess is the cut is going to be 72 to 78 under.
It's been dropping for the last 3 games.
It is pacing that way. It may be lower the way it's going right now, but 34 would have made the 7-10 if he had the 7 up, bounce the 10 out, scout it across.
All right, so as soon as we get the Game 5 update, obviously we'll let you know what the cut is, and if you have a question about where a particular player that you're keeping an eye on stands in the and the current results when we get them. Just let me know, and I will let you know where they are and what they need. Big Mac 9295 says it's great to hear your voice, Mr. Preston.
Who's that?
I don't know. He's got a great username though.
Hey.
Big Mac. Big Mac 9295. He said my thoroughbred.
Oh, I got him. I got him. I love you, even though you're in Tennessee.
All right, so we'll peek in. We'll kind of go a little bit around the horn. We know that 37-38 is going to finish. They won't finish. They'll finish last. They might be. Yeah, they'll finish last.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but 37-38's been your higher scoring pair of the weekend, if you will.
You know,
I just felt like I heard 31-32 is the lower scoring pair.
well, we might have been talking about 1 and 2.
No,
1 and 2 for sure has been not a pleasant pair for a lot of folks who've gone down there. I do feel 37-38 for it's for a good portion, I think, of the tournament or certain squads. It's been solid. I thought 37 kind of got a little weird for righties specifically, but again, it just depends on who used how much surface and who used it where. I think is where it boiled down to, especially watching the B squad this morning. And only really a little bit of that, I think, during this squad, but you saw much earlier the ramifications. Just, I mean, Chad Roberts has got a 4-bagger on 33 and 34. We do have J.R. Raymond, too, on 35 and 36, so we'll peek in again at what J.R. is doing.
so we've got 13 people plus after 4.
That sound about right to you?
No, we have more. We have 16 plus 1 even. It's the first time I looked at the scores, so I've just seen the cut number scrolling.
.33 and 34 are going to be done pretty quickly. Nice start here for Zeke Bate. In the booth now with Tony Preston. Time a collegiate player back in our day. Love saying that, back in our day.
So I heard you earlier say that you were about to be 40. When's your birthday?
June 20th.
Oh, I got you crushed.
When is your birthday?
March 11th, I'll be 40.
Oh yeah, I'll take all my months and days.
And you get some guys like us in the booth together, and we slowly realize that we are old.
I have had that revelation recently.
I had somebody ask me the other day. They said, "Does it bother you that you're going to be 40?" And I said, "No." I said, I still feel like a kid. Still party like I'm a kid. I'm more kind of get off your lawn guy now.
You've earned that right, though.
Yeah, you know, you got a beautiful little 4-year-old. She'll be 5 right after me on the 18th, and keeps my hands tied. And that's what life's about now.
It is. I've got a 4 and a 3-year-old. They will be 5 and 4 respectively this year.
I watched your replay last night and I heard you say, they're watching, time to go to bed. And I love that. I respect that because it's never enough. They don't listen.
I didn't even ask them what time they went to bed, so I'm going to find that out tonight. What time is it now? It's 9:20. I might be able to hop on the quick call. We might be done pretty soon.
Oh, yeah.
That was a big shot there from Andrew Hall. And so, Bruce, I'm going to flip to 31 and 32 real quick because they are in the 9th frame. I'm going to get you back there. Zeke Bate with a 4-bagger also. Tim Cagle on a 4-bagger on that pair as well. He makes it 5. Here's Chad Roberts on a 4-bagger and just a 5-pin. Chad is, his reaction suggests that he is close to this number. And I can confirm that for you as soon as we get that update. Let me find Chad in the standings after 4. Okay, so he was 27 back of the number after 4 games. So I'm going to assume that he feels he's still out of it. So we're gonna go with that. So Chad with the spare, they put him in 178. He can get to 228 max. Jerry Mars on 35 and 36. This group of 5 is kind of moving right along. Sam DeWitt's bowling pretty well. Jerry Mars can get to 203. And Mr. Mars was in the number as well. Cagle was in the number. Again, these are after 4, but not by a lot. So I do think it is really close for a lot of players, actually, that we are getting a chance to see and finish up with here. There's Anthony Nyer, who we saw start the night with 248.
I don't know if I seen from the stream earlier if he has moved or not, but he is overpowering the gutter, and it's quite impressive.
J.R. Raymond cannot break down trouble. Steve Novak. Where was Steve in after 4 games?
He was 90-something under.
That's rare.
So he shot 2-0 first game, and then I talked to him in the high end, and he was begging to get off of 47 and 48 in a hurry.
That's probably about sums up what he's been dealing with here. All right, let's finish it out with Chad Roberts here. Again, throwing some shots that look to be very important. At best, again, he can shoot 228. 218 or a 217 might sound good. 9 spare strike.
It's a nice one right there.
He'll get the first, and so just fired it at the head pin. I've seen more people fired at the head pin late in these blocks, specifically today, than maybe ever.
After 4, Chad Roberts was 49th with 730, which leads us to believe he has a chance. He didn't shoot himself out after game 5.
I'm gonna guess that because of the pace and the way we got to, well, we had people finishing game 6 with people finishing game 5, that we may not get the game 5 update, which will make it difficult on the staff to then get input, start inputting people who finished 6 and then give me a game 5 update. So I think we might be all on the train together, figuring out or waiting to hear the top 8 number.
And he just went fall back 5-8-10.
That's rough.
That is birthday party bumper bowling leaves.
Attention bowlers, as you finish your last
See if he
game,
makes
you are
this,
to
though.
turn your score sheets
We got
into the
Daniel
turning
Farish over there
office.
as well. Farish is still clean. Oh, there's a lot of score on 31 and 32. Keeping our eyes on Andrew Hall on 39 and 40. Every pin counts for Chad Roberts. We just saw again a 2-4-5-10 converted. Josh Cameron can finish out at 193 on this group. There's Josh. Nathan been throwing it at the head pin as well. Well done, Chad Roberts.
Converts.
Well done. It's like he knew what he was doing. All right, quick update on 39 and 40. Andrew Hall with a double after the 6-2 in the 6th. Michael Davidson on 31 and 32. He will finish with 238.
So just sitting at home and watching the stream, but you actually being here, what have you seen that has stood out to you?
Earlier was definitely, I didn't think you could oversurface at this tournament, but I do think that might have been possible for some players. And it definitely had a profound effect, as you might imagine, on the B squad and that scoring pace. I thought this block is playing a little bit more like last year in a degree where, you know, it's tough, but ultimately you'd be able to find a little sliver where you can get comfortable. And I think we've seen that a little bit more here in the advancers round. I think that helps too in the amount of players, obviously. A lot of talent, but I think everyone kind of learned based on what happened earlier today. Like, hey, let's not make them that brutal for the advancers round.
And see, I was wondering that. I was like, is there a thing as too much surface? Which, me personally, I think there is. I think technology and surface at a early hooking center, I think people have made it harder on themselves than they will. But as I said earlier, the lure of you got to show up to the Bradley with shingles on your ball. I think bowlers are their own worst enemy.
Yeah, that's I mean that's in the mind, right? That is a thing associated with the Bradley. Maybe not. I mean, I know there's a shingle story because I was told it.
JR fallback 4-pin.
Tim Cagle handles the spare. Jerry Mars. Jerry can strike out for 171. And again, without knowing what Jerry shot game 5, it'd be difficult to figure out, but I'll base it on his reaction. Mr. Farish down there. I think he has got the 10 out.
He's still posting. He's not upset, so
he can shoot 203 max. Ian Sidney finishes with 201. Yeah, you know, Bruce, I would say this though, the gutter, even on the right side, I felt because Chad Roberts was doing a little bit earlier. On both the left and the right sides, I thought had a little bit of giddy up. But I felt like you had to really manage that better on the right side as opposed to the left side. Unless, you know, you have Anthony Nyer like talent and power where you can just kind of do your own thing out there. As Tony mentioned, with his power and handle it that way. Fair's going to finish at 193. Novak. Cody Trice. Again, just right at the 1-3. It's been that way. We've seen, I mean, Arnar Johnson from Iceland, now living in Sweden, has been doing that. I think he was doing it since game 2 or 3 of this block. Just throwing it right at the 1-3. Sam DeWitt. Oh, that's tough. All right, Andrew Hall. Got the 3-bagger. 10th frame, left lane. Asking for it to hook immediately. He does leave something he can make. 1-2-8 for Andrew Hall. Aaron Rose, it's hard to say without knowing or having the 5-game update. It seems that way potentially, but we don't know regarding if Jerry got himself out of there potentially with the 160. Andrew Hall can finish with 208, but this is a must-make spare, of course. Tim Cagle was around the number. He just got a good break. So because we don't have that Game 5 update, we will all be waiting to hear what the top 40 number is going to be. Uh-oh, look out, look out, look out. Oh, wow. Did not stick the landing and got a generous break off the back curtain. Did one Andrew Hall.
So you weren't kidding, because most of the bowling alley is done.
Yeah, they're
right about now.
They are done so.
Except for the people right in front of us. Everybody wants to get their camera time in. 15 minutes of fame.
They are done so for sure.
So we'll say 3 through 34 are all done. The only people we have in front of us are 4 pairs.
So Andrew got to 208. Solid stuff from Nathan. He should be, yeah, I think he was, yeah. No, wait. Where was he at? Nathan. No, okay, maybe not.
So let me ask you this. If they go 50 from the first squad, 50 from the second squad, 8 from the Desperado, and the cut maybe goes down maybe 30 pins, what do you think for top 40 tomorrow? Do you think these guys have figured it out and they can blend it out better, if you will? Or do you think the scores are still low? Because would it do 16 or 8 tomorrow?
It'll be 8.
8.
Yeah.
So do you think the top 8 are plus?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, so we're easily plus, right?
I think so. Once we get to the top 8, I do think the scores will be a little bit higher tomorrow.
Because they all gradually break them down together?
Yep. And again, generally speaking, right, as the field condenses, you know, as you say, the cream rises, et cetera, and so forth. And again, I think just continuing to apply what they've learned should alone help the scoring pace improve, I would think. And I think, you know, like if you're on the left, Eric Jones and Anthony Nyer, I think it might be more about how the left handles what they do tomorrow, which is something you would know a lot about. Considering most of some of our left-handers have had really good looks. We talked about Anthony Nyer. Eric Jones is the leader after 4 games. Nyer's led today. Brandon Bone and Gene Perez look great at varying points. I mean, if they can withstand how they will attack, because they're going to hit more pairs today and they're going to hit more
with them
on it.
Yes.
So it actually could be a little bit of the reverse on what we might or would be used to seeing in that regard.
So do we do the classic me and overthink it because you have less people and you're going to hit more pairs of lefties, so things change. Because theoretically, they could have gone all day with the cross and been the only lefty, and just go high end, the low end, the middle.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they should certainly overthink it, but you won't put it past just because it's a normal human reaction.
No, it's just my reaction. It's my reaction.
Zeke Bate did shoot 224. This number is going to be interesting. Again, it was minus 57 after 4, and we did not get a 5-game update because something happened that really slowed the pace. And so we are now having all of the final finishers on the high end of the building.
If I have remembered it right, we've gone 14 to 26, or no, 14 to 21 to 36 to 57.
That's yeah, I mean, I don't, just this game alone, we saw 220, 2-0, 218, 220 again, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. It's still,
Which is
250.
Which is right here in front of us. Yeah. Friday night, I thought we were kind of dead in the water in my third frame, to be honest with you, with what I thought we had out there. And, you know, hearsay of bowlers talking about stuff. And we got to the 10th frame, and we had a chance. And that's all I wanted, was a chance. And then it's gut-wrenching to miss by 5. But, you know, you do it long enough, you're going to miss by 5 sometimes. You're going to miss by 1. You're going to make it by 1.
Yeah.
You know. And so bowling is the great thing in life if you can learn the lessons from it. Like, you can learn real life lessons from it. That, hey, sometimes good things happen, bad things happen, and you just roll with it and go.
Isaac Rose finishing strong. One more will put him in the 220s. Solid group on to end things on 39 and 40. For someone like Andrew Hall, we'll see if what he just did would be enough. Zeke Bates should be all right. Again, even not knowing his game 5 score. And he was plus after 4 games.
Slayball was in 27th after 4. He can go out for 97.
Bruce in at minus 57 for 4. The pace for game 6 would be minus 85. I don't think he's going to get to that. That's just my general consensus thought process on minus 85 tonight. I don't think it would be that low, but I didn't think we'd be at minus 57 after 4 games either.
Like I said earlier, I thought we'd be walking in, no clue, 72 to 78. But I wouldn't put it past you. 85, I mean, people make things hard in a hurry.
Minus 60, though, sounded like it'd be okay as the overall number. Tyler Slawbaugh helping us finish things out. And for Tyler.
Yeah, he was in 27th.
Yeah, he was
after 4.
He was around the number after 4 games. It's weird when I see Steve struggle because I just don't see it very often.
It's really weird. You see 1 strike, first frame.
Yeah. Giving us that old New York wheel right there to finish that out. And so now, folks, we will all play the waiting. Oh, no, we won't. Excuse me. There's another group finishing up. And that will be the final group. That is
45, 46.
Yeah, this is the group that was just left 37 and 38. Pontus Anderson, Williams Vinson, Dan
Nolan
Higgins, Olin White. They've got a few shots remaining, and then the weight will be official. So, those of you still watching and listening, we thank you. Shout out to Tony Preston here hanging out for the final game. What are your cut predictions? And, of course, you don't have a game 5 to compare it to. But, so keep that in mind. But give us your best guess. Lance Morris finishing out down there as well. Give us your best guess. I'm going to go with minus 60, just because I said it earlier. It's going to be wrong, but I got to stick with it.
I concur.
It's going to be wrong.
But I respect that you're going to hold true to your early predictions. In my gut, I will still say 72 to 78. But after watching what's going on now, I'm going to say we're going to be closer to my man that's at 85.
Yeah, Bruce could be right.
Bruce.
Not his first time around the block on these cut numbers either.
Bruce sounds like a knowledgeable man.
He is. Knowledgeable live streamer, too. Shout out to Neba. Are we almost? Oh, Lance. It's Lance. Lance will take us home down there on 46-ish. Kind of an early morning here. Thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow.
So with the Farm and Machinery Show, did you get a hotel early enough? Were you booked?
No, yeah, I'm all good.
Were you staying at?
I have learned to for any event, especially if I have a good indication that I'll be returning to the event, I try to just book it right then and there, or at least within a few weeks. Maybe there might be a date change like this event, for example. Did have a date change, so I did not have to be caught in that situation. But I don't know, like Ryan Sidney, for example, who advanced to tonight's round. And he was thinking about getting a hotel. I'm like, well, you know, we're probably not going to be done till about 11, whether you make it or not. So, you know, you may want to stay. It's only a 2-hour drive for him.
Yeah, Evansville.
But, you know, he's got his family here with him. But and I was like, you know, maybe there might not be any space available because of the show. But someone told him that I think the True property might have had some additional vacancies. Nice bowling. So we're all waiting now, folks. It's official. Game 6 in the books. Mary hoping for minus 114. Honestly, you know, if there was another game, I think we could have gotten down to that point. Oh, it's okay, Mary. I understand. Everybody wants to see their person, so do the best job I can do to help try to facilitate viewers seeing their favorite bowlers. While I am Bowl Stream TV, I am not Bowl TV, so I can't get you 8 channels or 6. I'd like to get to 3 though. That is my next goal.
Takes a lot to get the Pantel Zoom.
It does. Hey, would you like to do us a favor? Would you like to put that on and discuss your day, your block? We will have a little something brewing from one Daniel Farish. How you doing?
+5. Backed my way into it.
Well, I mean, hey.
Did you say +5?
Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you. I was at 38 after game 4.
Okay.
And then just hit a tumultuous pair 8 spares in a row, struck the 9th, and then missed my only make hole of the night in the 10th for $170, and then I had a clean 190 the last game.
Tumultuous. Don't use big words with me here.
It's a good word, though.
It's like
I'm going to take that as a sign of disrespect.
But it was, I hit 2 pair game 2 and game 4 that were great. They were phenomenal. And then game 5, it's like the light switch flipped, and whatever I had between 6 and 10, that's where I was at all night, was between 6 and really 7 and 10. But what I had on the 5th pair was not there, and then I think game 6, I just had to make a couple ball changes, zigged when I should have zagged, stayed clean, got tired. But +5, we live to bowl tomorrow. So, yeah, it's a lot of work to do to catch the guys ahead of me.
Well, I mean, where were you last year?
Last year, I left here in a hissy fit at like -79, knowing that I missed the cut. I get home, and Jerry Morris posted on my Facebook, he was like, the cut fell below you. You're 39th or 40th. Like I was the cut or just inside.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
But from talking to a bunch of the right-handers tonight, it sounds like the game plan for tomorrow. I heard a couple guys say they were going to abandon the gutter. And I said, oh, so you're going to jump between 6 and 10? And they said, no, we're thinking like fallback, like 5th arrow. So the righties may be attacking it completely different tomorrow. And I talked to like 4 or 5 different guys that had not like met together. Like they were all thinking this individually.
That's interesting. We were kind of discussing maybe what could happen tomorrow. And I was thinking because of the amount of lefties that might be in the top 10, it actually might be a little bit of the reverse to where, they will have to be thinking about the other lefties that'll be on these pairs that they have to follow, for another 6-game block.
Right. With
surface, et cetera, and so forth on the fresh. I think that could put a whole new wrinkle.
Yeah, they're
into what could happen tomorrow if that does go down.
The lefties' transition tomorrow could be and should be more exaggerated than it was tonight because there's going to be less bowlers in the field and they're all going to be right on top of each other. But unfortunately, this year it's turned into a left versus right kind of thing where the lefties are all in the same area of the lane and the right-handers are all over the place. So we're not doing ourselves any favors. But you know what? It's all part of the game. We've all bowled events where they cut top 24 and there's one lefty up there. So this is just the ebb and flow of it, man.
So,
absolutely.
So let me ask you this because I was talking to Mill about it earlier. So do you think the right-handers could possibly miss a zone, if you will, here because either everybody's right at the gutter or they're going to play fallback? I mean, is there no such thing as like trying to use 10 as your gutter and hit right off the back of it? Because you're different. You're more off the back and straighter and lower rev than
everybody else.
A majority of the field.
Yeah.
Let's call it that way. So do you think a lot of the right-handers create their own misses because?
Oh yeah, yeah, and since the tournament moved here, even though Jason does tweak the pattern year to year, between 10 and 15 looks like a no man's land. Either everybody's, and almost like 10 to 18 is a no man's land. They're either right of second arrow or they're way in. So I don't know if, between 10 and 18 is a possibility, but just from talking and looking, I don't think they're even going to look there.
Yeah, I don't think you'd have a lot of confidence, but I was talking to Steve earlier, and, Steve's not going to say anything I have to say, so it don't matter.
Right.
But I was like, I don't see why you don't just play 10 as your gutter, not swing it to it, but like right off the back of it, because your ball's never going to miss the head pin, and it's not going to hook in.
Well, and that's what used to happen at Eastland and Lexington. 10 was the gutter because you could not play right at 10.
And a lot of it is to do with technology.
Yeah.
Technology of the balls now, and everybody going roof shingle, 140, 360, whatever, what have you. I mean, everything's going to burn early at a early burning house, and I think they just create a no man's land like we were talking about.
They do, but bowlers are going to go where they see friction. That's why you see a lot of righties try and start further right because they see that bounce off 1-2. But then the minute that it starts to come to you and you have to move left, it stands up and washes out. And it's, yeah. So I got to get to the garage and get some surfaces updated.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. What time do we start tomorrow? Do you know?
Let me look for you.
I heard the number 10, and that made me excited.
But I would caution you to confirm that.
That sounds exciting.
According to Facebook, It says 9 a.m.
Okay.
according to Facebook.
All right. I'm going to go double check with the guy running the tournament.
You
actually.
should do
And
that.
I'll come right back to you.
Okay.
The wife will wake you up on the way out.
Yeah, 9 a.m. according to the Bradley Open Facebook page. Uh-oh. Are we ready already?
Attention bowlers,
No.
there's still
We're not.
one free cap sheet that is
Oh.
Still waiting on one lonely
Ignore that
person.
Turn it in.
No, you've got to call that person out.
Yeah. We need a name, Tasha.
Oh, there it is right there. Who is it? Who is
Yeah.
it?
Who is it?
Oh,
Oh,
Frank.
no.
He's a good person, too. I really like Frank.
I grew up bowling JTBAs in Ohio with him, and he was the man back then. I mean, still may be the man. I don't know. Just I grew out of bowling.
Well,
But he struck a lot when we were kids, and I was like, I was scared of that name.
there are some people you can tell that they've got a long history of striking, and I could tell that by watching him bowl earlier today.
Oh, yeah.
And he did have a few friends who were from Ohio in the chat watching as well.
Never really talked to him, but I can just tell you, me growing up at bowling tournaments, that was a name that I knew, and I knew he struck a lot, and I respected that.
We are awaiting the official cut number. Let me throw that on the screen so you guys know what we're waiting for here. Our 6 games of the Advancers round is officially in the books. And we believe, well, I'm in at plus or minus 60, but it's wrong. As I said it earlier, I do think it's closer to 80 at this point. Even though when Bruce said, I'm like, I don't know if it will get to that level, but it very well could after what we watched. Tony said 72 to 76 or 78?
78.
Okay. So he's giving himself a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah. I'm left-hander. I don't hit marks. I got to give myself room.
So we are awaiting the cut number to the cashier's round.
So while we're waiting, what do you got? What do you got on the docket here coming up? Anything big you want to plug?
Let's see. Next weekend, for those of you who watch the Elite Youth Tour or follow that in the Chicagoland area, another wonderful youth event, our February event coming up. That'll be on the Elite Youth Tour Facebook page, but brought to you by Boldstream TV as always. Then the following weekend, I actually may go to Delaware. Still trying to figure that out for the PBA event that's happening in Delaware for Bowl TV. So, Jeff, I might be in Delaware. Not sure. Maybe. After that, Boldstream TV will then head to Wisconsin. Green Bay for the Wisconsin State High School Championships. And then I got a PWBA regional for Bowl TV after that. March is kind of iffy. I do have some schedule conflicts, but I feel like I might end up at another or a couple of different events in March. April, definitely will be at ITC's, which is nearby. So that'd be cool to come on back and visit Kingpin. For me, it would be the first time in the building, so I'm looking forward to that. And then, who else knows what's happening in April, but then PWBA starts in May, and I'll be busy. And then there'll be some events in June, going back to Phoenix, Cactus Classic. Hard to tell what's July and August looking like. I have to look at the family calendar.
Yeah.
What you got going on? Are you going to bowl?
No. PWBA's got an event over here in Indiana, right?
Southern Indiana. I will not be there, unfortunately.
At Blackston.
Yes. But I don't like to miss events where we go to new venues just because, I think it's cool when the new venue welcomes the tour. So I am going to miss that event. It's the event in between. We've got a Classic Series, which is a week long in Tennessee. and then the Southern Indiana event, and then the U.S. Women's Open. And I can't work all of those days in a row, or my family would not like me very much.
The wife doesn't allow overtime.
So that's my designated break, if you will. I might miss one more event. But have you been to that center?
Blackstone? Yeah. Actually, for longer than I think. The thoroughbred comment, that's where my man's from. I lived in New Albany for about 7 years. And it's a little smaller center, not executable size, and I won't quote how big it is because I honestly don't know. But I always did well. But he also used to be Old Wood.
All right, bowlers.
Oh, we got a quote coming up. I'll stop story
I'd
time.
like to thank all the bowlers for coming out and participating this year. I'd like to thank our sponsors. I'd like to thank our spectators. And we'd like to thank the staff here at Executive Inn. They've been amazing. Now the moment that everyone's waiting for, your cut for the top 40 minus 77.
Within my range, let's go.
3 is the cut to the top 40. Your top 8 currently is plus 7. 1207 is your 8th place. Your leader overall, Eric Jones, with 1318. Bowlers, for those advancing to the top 40, check in tomorrow, 8:30. We bowl at 9:30. Cam Crow, if you are in the building, check in at 8:30, bowl at 9:30. Set your alarm, plug up your phone, all of the above.
So the cut number is minus 77. So 40th is minus 77. So let me post that on the screen right now. 40th minus 77.
Don't worry. Give me 7 minutes. Thank you.
See you at home. Yeah, Tony Preston gets the award for that. For minus, it was in his wheelhouse.
I gave myself a 6-man cushion, so it's okay.
I do have the Game 6 totals, folks, and I will post those right now before I go off the air to the Bullstream TV Facebook page so you can see them. And just double check the Bradley Open Facebook page as well. Man, our guy David Nordhaus just missed it. And it looks like Matt Zweig just missed the number as well. Brett Shepard just missed it a little bit too.
Isaac Rose with 213 last game made it in.
Well, we watched that too.
Yeah, as it happened. And I had no clue what he was doing, but.
Oh, that was a huge. I mean, he needed the first one in the 10th.
Absolutely.
Thankfully, the fill didn't hurt him.
Sorry, I'm going to take a look at the
You're
page
good. Go
here.
right ahead. Feel free to read off anything as well.
Eric Jones, Anthony, how do you say his last name? Nair? Nair. Brandon Bone in third. So is Eric Jones a left-hander?
Yes.
I'm not familiar with it. So
Yeah.
top 3 left-handers.
Two-handed lefty, Nair.
Benjamin Martinez.
Righty.
Shota.
Ooh, the best player
he's
from
fifth.
Japan.
Gene Perez is in 6th. Daniel, as we were talking to earlier, he's in 9th. Zeke's in 10th.
So 8th, he said was plus 7. Is that right?
Daniel got the plus 5, and he's in 9th.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't think of course, he didn't know or realize. He was thinking, he's got to make a climb to get to the top 8.
Mm-hmm. And now he's in real contention. Chad Roberts, as we had questioned after 4-game cut, he's actually in 24th at minus 37. So he must have, what did he shoot?
Shot
Wow.
218 the last game.
He didn't. So he went 215, 218 to climb into the cut. Jacob Buttroff is in 25th. Jerry Mars, who was on earlier, 26th. Tony Lambert, the original OG, he's in 27th. Dan Higgins, 31st. Austin Kohler, 32nd. Jeremy Thomas Tournaments, 35th. Jalen Mosley, 37th. J.R. Raymond, 39th. And Isaac Rose is the cut at 11:23.
Wow. Cam Crow snuck in too. He did not bowl well tonight.
Yeah, Cam Crow in at 38th. Met him Friday night. Liked him a lot. Good dude. I was a little worried. I bowled doubles, and normally I don't match up well with left-handers, but I bowled with him and Brandon. Held my own. It was fine. Enjoyed bowling with the Cam. Didn't know who he was. Apparently, I was an idiot for that because they're like, "You don't know Cam?" I was like, "Sorry, man. I'm almost 40. I don't get out of the house much. You know, I got my lawnmower. Got to sharpen blades." So, but no, he was a good dude.
Great.
I liked him. I enjoyed it.
He is a good dude.
Brandon was a nice guy. We had a good pair Friday, so it made it okay. Like I said, we missed by 5, but whatever. It made it more enjoyable being around good people. So I'm okay with it.
I'm just going to say this before we go. Shout out to Andrew Hall. I know Bruce has been watching, and congrats, Bruce. A lot of folks on that pair, Zeke Bay, Tim Cagle, Andrew Hall, all got in. Jerry Mars got himself in as well. Kevin McCune. This is a really nice list of the top 40, and again with some really good players who just missed out. As far as making a run, because 8th is just +7, that puts a lot of people obviously in play. Be interested to see how this fresh works out. Yeah, I think that's going to be the key. Someone can get a hot start, especially someone who is, let's say, 25th, like a Jacob Buttroff, right? If he can get his ball to see what he needs to see, especially on the left, and we know he can strike a ton, that could be a possible run in the making for Buttroff, and he's just 45 back or 47 back at this point. I'd like to see Tony Lambert in that position as well. He's 27th. Not too far off the pace, so it should be very, very intriguing.
That's the one fun thing about this tournament is good, bad, indifferent. Like 215, 220 moves you up exponentially. I mean, you will make a run at, hell, 200 game. Sorry. But 200 game will move you up. You just make your spares, don't give up the head pin, and you make big moves here. As we've seen, because what we say, 13 people or plus?
Yep.
Pin,
no, I'm sorry, 9.
No, 9 people or plus. So pins carry over to the morning. So making spares, 190, 20, 210. And that's a big move. That's like shooting 260 on a house, trying to beat a 240 or 240 pace.
I will say this, though we can talk about more tomorrow, but if Shota makes the top 8, that could be your champion right there.
Is that your call?
Super experienced player, one of the best ever in Japan. That's if it's not a lefty, because there's plenty of lefties, so it could just be the odds in a sense. I mean, Brandon Bone got better as the tournament went on. Eric Jones, I thought during practice this morning or this afternoon was going to be very good. Then he struggled a little bit, but he did exactly what I thought he was going to do earlier, but he just did it this block, which means that I would expect him to be very good on the fresh again tomorrow. Gene was great. I like Benji too.
Do you see someone that sticks out maybe in like 16 down that keep your eyes on for a run?
I would say I would go back to Jacob Buttroff. I would even add in Kevin McCune.
Okay.
And not just because Bruce is watching, but I did like Andrew Hall's ball motion later in the block.
Okay.
And so if he can continue those types of things, he got bit by a couple of 150, 160 games. I mean, shoot, Jalen Mosley could get hot. Cam Crow could get hot. That's a little far down, but it's interesting. Shout out to Sam Wooten out there doing this thing too. In 20th place, great bowling.
So 8th is +9. So we're looking at a 70 pin. I mean, we're talking about a whole sleep, a whole night, a whole new rerun. I mean, anything can happen tomorrow.
That's right. Speaking of sleep, I'm going to go get some of that.
My man.
I appreciate you, TP. Can I call you that?
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody does. Everybody, thanks for letting me bore you all for a little bit. I've been eyeing the booth for a while because it's the only time I get in it.
All right, if you're waiting on pods,
And, yeah, Daniel sent me your message.
Game 1.
Oh, yeah. Last week, yeah.
Yeah.
I said, ask Emil if I can get back in the booth. I didn't embarrass myself last time, so we're okay.
So I'm sorry, Bruce. It'll be 6 more games tomorrow. 6 more games in the cashers round. Let me type that in. 6 more games, cashers round. They are calling out jackpots, it sounds like.
I'm going to go right now. I'm going to go with Chad Roberts in 24th is going to make a run to the top 8.
Oh, I didn't even see him there.
Yep, I'm going with that. That's my call to get to the top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, that's I like that call.
If anybody's going to make a move, like a big move, that's it.
I've seen Jacob Buttrick make these types of moves, and with the way the left is playing.
Yeah, but I mean, actually, if they get drier for him, drier at the Bradley, that's a oxymoron. Yeah, I mean, I can absolutely see it.
All right, folks, thank you so much for watching. We appreciate our the sponsors here, the Bradley Open, QubicaAMF, Motiv, Creating the Difference, H5G, Maeser Plumbing. I want to thank all of you, the wonderful viewers. Again, the scores are posted on the Bullstream TV Facebook page, all 3 sheets. Congrats to the 40 players who have advanced. They have cashed and will earn at least $600 for their hard work and dedication here this weekend. Guaranteed, of course, $12,500 to the winner, but we got a long way to go before we can get there tomorrow. Jeff Benji has been really consistent, and I told you, go back and watch B Squad this morning practice the start of the event in the archive, and watch him take the 7-pin off on lane 35 and the 7-pin off on lane 36. His ball hooked that much, and here he is in 4th place.
I heard about that earlier.
The top 40. Having said all of that, I want to thank our guests, Jason Uchwal, of course. We had 2 Midway University Women's Bowling Program members, Maggie Coleman and Gabby Gill. Thank them for stopping by and telling us about Midway. And, of course, Tony Preston. Until also Daniel Ferris for sharing his thoughts on what he did on the lanes as well. We will see you at 9 a.m. It might have been earlier, actually. I heard an 8:30.
Check-in.
Yeah, I think it was 8:30 check-in, maybe 9:30 start, so it might be closer to 9:30. If that's the case, I will change the event time and let you know in the morning in the chat. So for all involved and the wonderful people here at Executive Bowl, Executive Strike and Spare, my name is Emil Williams Jr. 40th, minus 77, day cash. We will see you tomorrow. Yes, scores do carry over. This has been a presentation of the Bradley Open 2024 right here on Bullstream TV. Good night.